Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper S Viperland, and we are back here. More heckin' Twitch bots. They are on a rampage, but turned off follower notifications tonight, so at least the worst it'll do is spam chat. I hate it. It's stupid. I hate them. But I like this game, and I'm looking forward to trying to figure out anything that's going on here now. We left on some stuff last time. So yeah. Also, hey Seventh, hey Sore, how you both doing tonight? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Surprised Ramen's not here. But these all get archived anyway, so like, no big deal. Alright, let's get comfy. The sky beneath the train windows was deepening to indigo. See, I swear I set my mic to the right height tonight. But as soon as I start actually streaming, I'm like, no, it needs to be a little higher. I think the off-camera me wants it lower and the on-camera me wants it higher. That's how it goes. The trains on the Yamanote line were beginning to bustle with salarymen, going home from work, and students returning from school. See, now it's too high. Whatever. The mic's fine. Kusunoki Yua and Yasuji Ban stood together shoulder to shoulder, each holding onto a hanging ceiling strap as the train shook them. Perhaps because they made for an odd combination and drew people's attention, Yua had sensed incessant gazes coming from their surroundings for a while now. That might have been why she restlessly toyed with her hair and adjusted the position of her glasses over and over. Nor did she have the emotional slack to be able to carry out a friendly chat with Ban, the detective she had met for the first time only a few days ago. It took one stop to get from Harajuku to Shibuya. She couldn't help experiencing those brief 3 minutes as feeling far longer than they were in actuality. One train stop is nothing. Ban only held his silence and looked out the window. He didn't attempt to start a conversation with Yua. Yua's opinion of Ban was that he didn't seem to be a bad person, but he was a little bit intimidating. Be giving... Oh, hold on, what's that? Which will soon be giving streamers better control over who can chat in their channel. The thing is, though, these aren't chats. These are follows. If it was chatters, you could do something about that. I could turn on follower-only chat. Not that I want to do that, but, like, that would have been a solution. These aren't chats. They're just follows. And the spam from just following, there's not really much to do about it. So, I mean, maybe I'm not reading the whole article yet. I only read the tagline, but I'm saving it for later. I'll read after stream. So maybe it goes, true. I keep forgetting, to me it's just the annoyance of chain follows, but they're actually doing bad things to good people. And stopping that is important. So, good. That's important. It may not solve my issue, but admittedly of the two issues, mine is the lesser. Nobody's hate rating me. But they're straight up, you know, follow spamming, but it's the lesser of evils for sure. She had met people employed as detectives countless times in relation to her sister's death, but they hadn't left a very good impression on her. Can't imagine why they would. That might explain her sense that she would have a hard time dealing with Ban. Such was the result of Yua's self-analysis. Use common sense. You can access the hidden dungeon by defeating the guard on the 15th underground floor. Obviously, how else would you reach the hidden dungeon? I don't know where the guard is. Since the time they got on the train at Harajuku Station, two men standing near the door had been talking in excessively loud voices. The voices, which came out without any regard for how it might bother people around them, entered Yua's ears whether or not she wanted to hear them. Yeah, exactly. That's the... Excuse me. For sure, that's why I wouldn't want to do that, because... Yeah. I want to encourage new people to be here and chat, obviously. But I want to stop bots, and if they're making it easier to do both of those things, or do one of those without stopping the other, good. Near the left edge of the map, you'll know he's the guard as soon as you look at him. I can't even tell guards apart from police officers. No, he's a guard no matter how you look at him. How the hell do you get that mixed up with a policeman? Guards don't have guns. That's clearly the one difference. The two of them wore rather plain clothes with bandanas on their foreheads, fingerless gloves on their hands, and full stuffed knapsacks on their backs. Though, see, as soon as they talk about a knapsack, it's just like, They belong to the race commonly known as otaku. There were times when Yua read manga or watched anime because she liked it, and their appearances didn't induce any particular revulsion in her. It was just that she had never been to Akihabara, and it was her first time seeing people garbed like stereotypical otaku. Realizing how rude she was being, taking curious little glances at them, she hastily lowered her eyes. In the seat in front of her was a high school brunette wearing a disheveled navy blue blazer. Also, hey Topaz, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Like, for sure, good news, or like, hell yeah. She was texting someone on her cell phone with fingers adorned by gaudy artificial nails. I never understand how somebody, like, maybe with shorter nails, but like, you get those like really longer nails. I don't get, I guess you just more flat thumb, or maybe use the nails, I don't know. Each time she moved her fingers, the phone strap, patterned after a handgun, quivered a little. Oh, okay. The contents of her message naturally entered Yua's eyes. Why? Well, because the high school girl held it particularly flat as she typed. Almost as if she were forcing Yua to see it. Yeah, she was forcing you to eavesdrop. Went to a mixer with a cop last night. Super boring. Fucking clueless geezer. Like, just die already. Well, Yua was also a high school girl. She couldn't read a word of the text. Okay, like, I get it. It's far from perfect grammar, but like, it's readable. You can read that. Come on. It looked like so-called Kogel slang, but she couldn't perceive it as anything but some kind of secret code. Bang. A child's voice suddenly traveled through the train car. Yua jumped a bit, then turned in the direction she'd heard it from. A little boy, about 5 years old, was standing close to Bond. He held a toy water gun and pointed its barrel at Bond. He was actually pulling the trigger, but no water came out. Bang! Bond flashed the child a smile. His eyes weren't smiling, but the child still didn't shrink back. Nobu-kun, stop it! A motherly woman soon came running up to the boy. She bowed her head a little to Bond. I'm sorry. More bangs. Nobu-kun, do stop that this instant! The mother used a fairly strong tone of voice in her efforts to stop her child, but it was solely a verbal warning through and through. She didn't confiscate the water pistol or make her son lower his hands. So he kept doing it. I'm terribly sorry. I don't mind. Nothing quite like miming shooting at a detective. You know, it's fine. See, aren't you bothering him, Nobu-kun? To Yua, it seemed like a very unnatural-looking scene. The mother presented an angry face to her child and an apologetic face to Bond, but she did no more. Some parents be like that. Stop it, you'll make me angry. Undaunted, the little boy went on repeating the same word over and over like a broken toy. Even then, and in spite of what she said to him, the mother made absolutely no attempts to stop. I'm sorry, so very sorry. Yup. Kids. Be kids. For some reason, Bond, too, let the child do as he wished. In the end, it continued all the way until they reached Shibuya Station. You know, 3 minutes of that would get old pretty quick, yeah. But, you know, public transit. That's how it be. Train arrived at Shibuya Station, and the doors opened. The water pistol parent and child weren't getting off. Relieved, Yua descended to the platform together with Bond. When she looked to ascertain Bond's expression, he was smiling ruefully. This is an announcement to our ridership. The Bangomon subway line, due to a fatal accident, passengers on the Hanzomun line are currently able to opt in for transfers to alternative routes. We apologize for the inconvenience. I've had this sense lately. The flow of people on the platform was swelling. Also, they said a fatal accident, right? Do they usually announce that? I feel like I've definitely been on the subway when they've had accidents and stuff, but like they're always just like, there's a delay. They always use very vague terminology, even if it's clearly like something bad happened. Bond muttered this to you as they walked through the crowd, going towards the Hachiko's exit's turnstile. To be fair, I'm thinking New York. This isn't New York. So I'm just applying one big city logic to another, which might not be accurate. Almost like I'm being stalked by an indeterminate number of people. What do you mean? Like on the train, that kind of stuff's been happening to me a lot. I end up thinking maybe the thoughtless actions of the people around me are almost like a form of harassment aimed at me. Or something. Which is why Bond had ultimately answered the child's mischief with silence. That sort of trouble which you couldn't really call trouble, had become an everyday occurrence for him. His nerves wouldn't hold up if you let every single little thing get to him. I'm probably overthinking it. It's not as if there can be a whole lot of people out there with any interest with a plain old guy like me. Except group stalkers definitely do exist. Do they do anything different from normal stalking behavior? From the victim's perspective, well, they have no clue what the others want with them, or even who they are. Except they do know for sure that every day, wherever they go, they'll be on the receiving end of all kinds of harassment. That's what group stalking is like. That sounds awful. I mean, regular stalking sounds awful, but what about the possibility that the victim is simply dwelling on it too much? It's plenty probable. They're always a hair's width away from just clinging to the idea of it obsessively, against all reason. But that doesn't seem to be the case with me. These past few days, they've started using some pretty direct methods. What kind of thing? I've gotten a number of anonymous calls telling me to back out. For some reason, Bon grinned foolishly as he said it. Yua, becoming conversely frightened, hugged her upper arms. Are you gonna be okay? It happens to detectives pretty often. Bon answered calmly, then quickly looked at Yua with a stiffer expression. Has anything similar happened with you, Yua-chan? No, I don't think so. If you sense something even a little uncomfortable or out of place around you, please tell me right away. Because it's the police's job to protect your safety, Yua-chan. I will. As she listened to him, she became aware that what she was currently involved in was something more dangerous than she'd expected. I mean, murder cases, so you know. It's a little bit dangerous. You are a delusionary existence. You know. I guess we're going back to here. Remy murmured enigmatic words. Ignoring what she said, I kept running my eyes across the nearby row of houses. This place in my memory. This place I had no recollection of seeing. The house that should have been here wasn't. The house that shouldn't have been here was. Yeah, it's just not there. Illuminated by the sunset, the gap between my memories and the actual scenery steadily began to stand out more and more prominently. There aren't any gaps. I let my voice out, frantic to deny the despair in my heart. That's right, there weren't any gaps between the two. It was just a block off. I was just a block off. I'd been mistaken. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could be out of this house for like a decade and still be able to get to here from anywhere within feasible walking distance around without missing. I'd been mistaken. There was nothing wrong with the world. Otherwise, it'd be too strange. I turned back the way I came, almost tripping over myself, and ran into the next narrow street. But the sense of displacement between my memories and the scenery wouldn't go away. Don't know why I'm yawning tonight. Before I knew it, my whole body was sweating. It felt like my eyes were rolling back in my head, like my feet weren't touching the ground. The sensation of it made a nausea come rushing up in me. Why? I'm not wrong. I know my house is here. I always went to elementary school and middle school from here. In elementary school, I went with Nanami holding hands. In middle school, I went by bike. Where was your middle school? Rumi asked quietly, having caught up with me. Where? What was it called? Isn't that obvious? The local school's name was, Huh? I couldn't remember. I'd gone to middle school. I had memories of doing so, but the little details remained vague, like there was a fog in my head, such as my middle school's name, such as which class I'd been in, such as the name of the homeroom teacher. Concrete names wouldn't come out of me. That's impossible. I've just forgotten. You, listen. What exists in your memories isn't there is a house here, but rather the wrong impression that there must be a house here. It felt like I'd gone crazy. But I remembered how to get here. Doesn't that throw a wrench in it? Because those are fabricated memories. Don't make that kind of face. Eyes lowered, her expression so sorrowful, Remy flung out words meant to mislead me. Again, her words were cryptic, incomprehensible. I abandoned all thoughts of them. Taku, you didn't go to middle school. Excuse me. I get it. This is like being on candid camera, right? Isn't it? Must be it. Yeah. You and Nanami actually know each other. And the two of you were trying to trick me. What? I see. I see. You had me pretty freaked out there. Although I tried to somehow laugh it off, Remy didn't let out the tiniest giggle. Sorry. The next thing I say is going to hurt you. I have to say it. Taku, you are an existence which never should have been. Don't lie! Remy was deceiving me. Remy was my enemy too. Everybody's your enemy. The staking was your work, wasn't it? It meant what happened the first time we met at the scene of the staking hadn't been a delusion or anything. The true new-gen criminal wasn't the man I'd seen earlier in the hospital television. It was Remy. She'd been observing me, making sure I wasn't going to tell someone the truth about what I'd witnessed. That had been her goal in staying together with me. Clearly. Yes, I know. Who knows? Maybe we'll get an answer eventually. You were covered in blood back then. You're the culprit. That was the delusion you wished for. When gigalomaniacs have overly strong delusions, they sometimes blend together. The delusions synchronize. Softly, as though to persuade me, Remy spoke. Her attitude, brimming with composure, rubbed my nerves the wrong way. If nothing else, 4 delusions synced up then and there. Well, 4 delusions and a choice. Yeah, alright. Going green this time? Alright. Green it be. Yours, Taku, and mine. And the new gen perps. And like I'm gonna believe you. Remy was about to continue further. I cut off her words. I covered my ears. I closed my eyes. There is no more like stereotypical like childish reaction to something you don't like than I'm not listening, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. This is a delusion. Yeah, delusion, like the ones I'm always having. You mustn't have any more delusions. Oh, she just nipped that right in the bud, didn't she? As my heart tried to escape into a delusion, Remy's voice forcibly pulled me back. Damn, just verbally slapped him out of that one. Or else I'll be forced to erase you. You'll kill me? A shudder ran down my back. I stopped recognizing Remy as the girl who would save me and began to perceive her as an unknown entity. You're gonna kill me, aren't you? You really are a murderer. So, why do you look like that? Murderers can look like anyone. Like, why do you look like what? Unless he means like sad. Because you're making, okay, such a tearful face, biting your lip, lowering your head. I began to hesitate to blame you. Tell me, the truth is, it's a lie. Say, did I surprise you? And smile mischievously. Do that and we can go back to the same relationship as before. I want to go back. Then what am I? A human being created by means of gigalomaniac's delusions, perhaps. So ridiculous. I have memories just like I should. I can't remember the minor details from when I was in middle school, but I only forgot them. You were born a year and a half ago. A year and a half ago, around when I first entered high school. Then shouldn't I be a year and a half old baby? Unless I say goo goo gaga and stuff, it wouldn't make sense. I don't know. He's acting like a big baby. And has the entire game, to be fair. You were Taku from the moment you were born. You want to say you saw it with your own eyes? We were definitely friends since a year and a half ago, it seems like, but I don't remember it. You and I first met a month and a half ago. Yeah, which we kind of knew. At the scene of the staking. Since I wasn't originally a Sume student, Remy was off her rocker. Remy, too, had been off her rocker. She was way out there, so far in the stratosphere, Senna and Ayase couldn't hold a candle to her.
誰が僕を
Who
妄想した
imagined
の
me to
言って
being?
み
Try
て
telling me.
匠くん
It was Nishijo Takumi-kun. Obviously.
入ってた
Right,
の
BS.
僕が妄想
I
なん
am a
てそんな
delusion, aren't I?
こと
I had a
妄想して
delusion that created myself?
矛盾
It
して
totally
るじゃないか
contradicts itself.
回論破
Okay,
終了
QED, thus ended the lesson. Yeah, we're gonna just go with
そ
that.
れとも
Or is this
君の
your
妄想を
delusion?
君が勝手に作り出
It's
した
gotta be your own
君だけの
scenario,
脳内設定
in
な
your
んでしょ
brain alone,
僕
which you
それ
came
に
up with
巻き込ま
all
ない
by
でよ
yourself. Don't get me caught up in
私
that.
だって
Didn't want you to know about it either.
来てほ
Didn't
し
want
く
you
な
to
か
come here.
もっと
I should have done
強
more
く
to
引き止
stop
めれば
you.
よかったね
Remy raised her face, resolutely, her eyes gazing straight at me. Were very serious and filled with light, and they didn't appear to be lying.
でも
But since we've come this far,
ここ
I
まで
think you're
来て
better off knowing the truth.
本
It
当
was a
のことを
lie.
知って
This
もらった
must be a
方が
lie. It had to be
い
a
いと思
lie.
う
Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stay in my right mind. Who the hell would believe it if somebody suddenly told them you're a delusion?
あなたの行動が
It would be better for you to know how your actions whittle away the life of...
そうだ
Right, what about
ナナミ
Nanami?
は僕が妄想だったら
Finally
僕と
asking
血
the
が繋が
one
ってるナナミを両親
singular
も妄想ってこと
important
そんなの無茶苦茶
question. If I'm a delusion, my blood-related parents and Nanami, are they delusions too? That's absurd.
ナナちゃんは
Nana-chan is real. Her phrasing practically made it sound as if she knew Nanami.
ナナミを誘
Were
拐
you
した
the
の
one who kidnapped Nanami?
君なの
似たようなものかも
Something similar, maybe.
私は
I was too occupied with protecting you. It hadn't occurred to me that they
ナナ
might
ちゃん
go
に
after
狙われる
Nana-chan.
私は
I know about the
誘拐犯
kidnapping.
のこと
So that's how it was, of course. She was the demon girl I'd imagined her to be at the start. What? I'd wanted Remy alone to be my ally. I'd believed in that wish alone the whole time up till now. But when it came to suspicious things about her, there had been tons of them all along. Yeah, there really had been. I'd intently closed my eyes to them and kept faith in how she said, I'll be there for you. Despite that, in the same way as you were, Remy too would. You're betraying me
僕を
too?
裏切るんだ
Me too, Remy?
そうだね
Right. I betrayed you, Taku.
私
I
は
hid a lot of things from
ご
you.
めんね
I'm
私
sorry.
のこと
It's okay to resent me.
謝られたって
Just because you've apologized, I won't
僕が
believe you.
信じられ
Can't.
信じられ
That was what I said up front, but I couldn't prove I was me, the real thing. Plus, the many paranormal phenomena I'd seen before now clung to the back of my brain, leaving me unable to laugh Remy's story off as something offbeat. Remy walking slowly up to me, embraced me from the front. Caught by surprise, I ended up letting her do as she willed. Warm. It had rescued me from danger. It had saved my heart. It had taught me kindness. But now, even when she held me like this, her warmth seemed terribly
そろ
distant.
そろ
I have to go soon.
行くって
Go where?
ナナちゃんをさらった
To where Nana-chan's kidnapper is. I have to bring things to an end, both with Nana-chan and other matters.
このままだと
At this rate, I won't be able to fully protect you.
そんなの無責任
So irresponsible.
僕にここま
You
で
say all these horrible
ひどい
things
こ
to
と
me,
言っ
and
て
then
お
you
いて
gotta run
逃
away.
げるの
I mean, Nana-chan's more important. So, like, yeah, exactly. Go save her. That's more important. Remy moved away from me. One step, another step. Little by little, she widened the distance between us.
戻ってくるから
I'll come back, so stay in your room, Taku.
そしたらまた
Then we can talk together again about all kinds of fun things.
あなたは
It's okay for you to stay there.
あそこに
A gentle tone of voice.
いても
After telling
い
me
いんだ
such
よ
cruel things, why did she become kind again?
でも
But make me a single promise.
もう
I won't have any more delusions. I don't think he can promise that. I think the second you're out of sight, he's immediately...
タクの妄想
Okay?
力はとって
Because you
も
have a
強い
very powerful imagination.
妄想すればする
The
ほ
more
ど
you delude yourself, the more it shaves away the life of the real you.
何を
それじゃ
See you tomorrow then. Bye. Salute. Remy snapped off a salute. She had an incredibly out-of-place smile. But soon tears quietly overflowed from her eyes. Turning her back to me, as though flustered, Remy ran off with shaking shoulders. Once I'd watched her go into trance, I crumpled in place.
本物の僕
Real me? What's that supposed to...
僕は
I'm not a fake.
偽物じゃない
I guess I'm not the real hedgehog. I was the faker. The world looked drained of its colors. I couldn't detect any hope. She'd completely denied my existence itself. There wasn't any meaning to my being here. Excuse me. There wouldn't even be any meaning in my dying. Rumi had left, leaving behind this meaningless me. She too was my enemy. She deceived me. And after telling me everything like that, she must have lost her reason for being with me.
ってくるはずない。
No way she'll come back. Rumi had cast me aside because apparently I was a delusionary existence, because I was a monster. I didn't care anymore. I didn't care about anything anymore. Lacking the energy to stand up, unable to sort out my emotions, too shocked to weep. The breeze that came just before twilight stole the heat from the very core of my body. The faint remnants of Rumi's warmth disappeared as well. When I took an aimless look up at the sky, most of the sunset had already been invaded by the darkness of night. Maybe he actually does stay there.
これが新作?
Is this the newest version? Another funny-looking one, huh? Omose smiled and scrutinized the Garofragi key holder Bon had brought for her.
でも可愛いじゃない?
But isn't it cute? That's not the latest one. It came out last week. The, what's it called again? Bon looked at Yue as though seeking salvation. Kiri Garofragi. Yeah, that's it.
ごめんね、
I'm sorry, Yue-chan. You must have had a hard time being forced to hang out with such a messy old man. Ah, no. You're awful, Momo-chan. You'd be hard-pressed to find other middle-aged dandies like me. Dandies. But Momose, rather than lend an ear to Bon's joking objection, poured some tea for Yua, despite her position as Yua's elder and the company president. Sighing, Bon took a seat and looked around the office. Today, unusually, the Frisia employees who always stayed here until late at night as they worked appeared for once to have gone home at a more regular time, so it was written on the whiteboard that contained each employee's plans for the day. Thanks to that, although the sun had just set, the office interior was as dead quiet as the middle of the night. Till people talked. So, Momo-chan, did you do some digging about Shinku for me? Before they boarded the train at Harajuku, Bon had made a call to Momose and asked her to see what she could find out about Shinko. I assume was the truck he saw the logo for Garofragi's, right?
その前に
First, still wearing an ear-to-ear smile, Momose flicked a look at Yua, who was tilting back her
ゆあ
teacup.
ちゃん
Yua-chan, you ought to go home once you finish your tea. Huh?
日も暮れたし
It's gotten dark out, and your parents might be worried about you, no? Yua realized that Momose's demeanor concealed an ulterior motive. What they were about to discuss wasn't fit for her, a regular civilian, to simply listen to offhand. Are you concerned about me? Yes, very much so. Turning serious, Momose nodded. Though Yua was grateful for her thoughtfulness, she shook her head firmly. Sure. I won't go home. I'll do anything if it means drawing closer to the truth about Mia-chan's
あな
death.
たはこれ以上
You shouldn't
関わ
have
るべきじゃ
anything
ない
more to do with this.
私もとっくに
Long since become one of the people involved in it. Yua's words held an unyielding and defined strength. Ah. Taken aback by her unexpected rebellion, Momose grew perplexed.
意外と頑固ね
It's surprisingly stubborn. Well, it'd be pretty mean to shut her out now. Yeah, just let her stay, it's fine. If worse comes to worse, the police can take her into protective custody. Bon's carefree attitude had the opposite effect of leaving Momose unable to hold a deep sigh.
バンちゃんにそ
I
んな
wonder if you have the clout to make it happen, Bon-chan. Well, contrary to appearances, I do happen to be attached to the best investigative headquarters under the
あら
sun.
そう
Oh, really? Giving Bon a polite brush-off, Momose closely studied Yua's face.
これから聞くことは
You know you absolutely can't tell anyone what you're about to
これ
hear,
はあなたの命にも
because it'll have to do with your very life. Take that to heart.
はい
Yes. Her expression strained. Yua nodded. Upon seeing that and taking one more sigh, Momose sat down in her chair. Her plump body grew rounder still as she began moving the mouse connected to her laptop. So, what did you find out about Shinko?
バンちゃんの予
Your
感
prediction was right on target, Bon-chan. Bon and Yua peeked at the monitor from behind Momose.
有限会社新興の親会社は
Parent company of Shinku Ltd. is Nozomi Technology.
のぞみ
Nozomi Technology? The Nozomi Group, huh? That's a surprise.
新興は
Shinko got taken over by the Nozomi Group 5 years ago,
それ以降
but ever since then they've released smash hit after smash
ヒット
hit.
してるのよ
It's a steal, bargain shop, Garo. The on-sale items in the left sidebar are being offered for purchase. Limited edition Garo Froggies introduces our sales campaigns on those items. Various news about fancy goods, hobby items, and other bargains. Information about our dirt cheap product and sales. Packed with products. Learn about our sales and snap them up. Spend over 5,000 yen for free shipping. $50, give or take. Bargain goods information site. A wildly popular item, Garo Froggy. Everyone knows about a certain ultra creepy, super popular character mascot, right? These are the famous Garo Froggy goods. Their uniquely weird, oddball faces are what set them apart. Add yourself to the ranks of those surprised by their vivid and detailed expressions. One nationwide shipping fee, about $5. Free shipping if you order over 10. Garo Froggy, Fatso Froggy, Spazzy Froggy, Sparkly Froggy, Faceless Froggy, Kitty Froggy, Ghost Froggy, Sleeping Froggy, Burning Froggy, Zombie Froggy. I don't see the super cheap new ones. I feel like Faceless, it's gotta be weird if the whole selling point is its odd, or like ugly but cute face. It's not just the Garo Froggies either. Chinese-made handbags, Thai-made eco-friendly bags, figure flattening pants, and so on.
でこの会社は商品の売り
Le
出し方が
Garo Best
独特
Froggy,
なの
clearly, obviously. Also, hey Arclight, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat.
新製品を一斉に投入する
And the company has a unique way of putting their goods on the market. They always release all their new products simultaneously over the weekend. Bond showed a keen recollection to that keyword. Yes, I've also heard of weekends. Is it related to the GE
必
rate?
然にしろ偶然にしろ
Whether it's the workings of fate or a mere coincidence, Shinko's products become hits because of fluctuations in the GE rate. That much is certain.
前に見せた
Do you remember the GE rate graph I showed you before?
5年ぐらい前か
I
ら
told you how, starting about 5 years ago, the values have risen every single weekend.
新興が
It precisely corresponds to the period when the Nozomi Group took over Shinko. Yeah, that's, probably a coincidence, I'm sure. Sure, it's a total coincidence. Yeah. Do you think Shinko is manipulating the rates?
新興自体はそんなに大きな会社
That's
じゃないから
impossible,
それは
since
無理
Shinko itself isn't a particularly large company. Which means the parent company, yeah, Nozomi, is suspicious. With the group's combined might, they could probably manipulate the rate.
待って望みの方
Wait,
はもちろんだけど
Nozomi is key, of course, but that's not the really interesting thing about Shinko.
設立当初の資料にまで
Once I worked out all the way back to documents from when it was founded, a real big VIP showed up. VIP?
の花構造
Inohana Kozo. Ah, isn't he a leading figure in the Meiwa
新
party?
興設立当時は
At the time of Shinko's founding, though, he was still a member of the Minji party. There's our connection. When Professor Ota was murdered, and at the time of the recent earthquake, in both cases, the Meiwa party put pressure on journalists to keep them from reporting about anything seemingly related to the GE rates.
G レートのグラフのことだけど
Going back to the GE rate graph,
いろいろ調べてたら
after exploring it for a while, I found another interesting pattern. There were currently two aspects of the GE rate over the past 5 years to which Momose was paying attention. The periodic spikes that occurred every weekend, the highest values to emerge from them, weren't especially notable, but it rose without fail every time, except on New Year's and the Bon Festival. The second part she looked at was the radical ascents that took place when the earthquakes happened. During the earthquake from 2 months ago with 8 fatalities, and again during the earthquake about a week ago, in which over 100 died, the GE rate had temporarily skyrocketed to an almost awe-inspiring extent.
3つ目のパターン
There's a third
この
pattern.
5年で4回だけ起きてる
It took place only 4 times over the past 5 years. While it doesn't spike as much during the earthquakes, it still goes pretty
最
high.
初はこれが何を意味してるの
At
か
first, I didn't understand what it meant, but as I did my research, I came across an event that meets the condition of 4 times in 5 years.
と
Event? Come on, don't tell us. Don't beat around the
選挙
bush.
よ
Elections.
衆参合わせて4度行われた選挙日
The
と
4
その4回の GE レート上昇
parliamentary election dates and the date of the 4 GE rate increases matched perfectly. His face grim, Bond rubbed the 5 o'clock shadow on his chin. The election where the Meiwa Party, then the opposition party, won in a landslide and became the governing
4
party.
年前で
It
すね
took place 4 years ago.
そして
5 years ago, Inohana Kozo made his shocking departure from the Minji Party and transferred to the Meiwa Party. An oppressive silence abruptly hovered between the three of them. So, somehow, listening to this, I've become a little frightened. Yeah, to be fair, she tried to warn you. She tried, and you're like, no, I'm staying. Yua murmured, her voice trembling minutely.
私もびっくりだわ
It startled me as well, to think all our keywords would be right on the money.
はまるなんてね
So far, we've only got circumstantial evidence. Even so, it was precisely because we knew about the GE rate that we've picked up on this. If we hadn't known, we'd have been left dead in the dark. Said Bond, taking his usual fan in hand and casually starting to fan himself. On a side note, can I talk about my investigation into the lives of high school girls? Choose your next words carefully, Bond. Momose threw a sharp look at Bond, exasperated by his sudden attempt to change the subject.
あのね
Look here, you aren't to start talking about such foul, foolish things out of the left field. You were China's here with us, so be a tad more thoughtful. Hey, don't knock it just yet. A grin floated onto Bond's face, but there was no smile in his eyes. It's about Aoi Sena. No, maybe it would be more accurate to say Hatano Sena. For some reason, she started using her mother's maiden name as of late. Hatano Sena's father, Hatano Issei, is currently a missing person. His whereabouts are said to be unknown, but he's a former employee of Nozomi Technology. His eyes always frown. Eh?
どういうこと
What's this all about? Exactly what it sounds like. The Nozomi Technology Company was an enterprise primarily involved in developing software related to medical equipment. Sure, the Nozomi Group had originally started off as the Nozomi Technology Company, maturing into one of the most prominent conglomerates in Japan after going through multiple cycles of mergers and acquisitions. They katamari'd all other things. Half a year ago, Hatano Sena's mother and her 1-year-old little sister died of mysterious causes. Her father went missing immediately afterwards. Yeah, we saw that happen. At about the same time, Hatano Sena herself caused a ruckus by running away from the facility to which she had been
施
entrusted.
設ですか
Facility? Heavenly Hostel, a non-profit independent halfway house, on the surface at any
表
rate.
向きってじゃ
If
あ
you say
裏が
that's the surface, what's beneath it? That sponsor, which just happens to be the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light.
転生神
The Church of the Divine Light? Momose grimaced. She let out a voice of blatant disgust. There's another troublesome name for
名
us.
前が出てきち
By the way, this Heavenly Hostel went by a different name up until 2 years ago. Arc Heart Medical. Oh, yeah, no, we know about them. They were bad. They were bad. And by some coincidence, FES, Kishimoto Ayase, who still holds a magnetic attraction for Shibuya's youngsters, also used to be institutionalized there. It's like she and Hatano Sena just barely missed each other on the way in and out. At this point, Bond leaned towards Momose. And here's where things get interesting. Unlike Heavenly Hostel, Arc Heart Medical was a mental care facility. It treated psychiatric patients. We did. 2 years ago, however, Art Heart Medical suddenly transformed into a non-profit group's independent halfway house, Heavenly Hostel. As a result, all the psychiatrists there were laid off simultaneously. But every single one of those doctors ended up getting employed by AH General Hospital in Yoyogi. Oh, convenient. All of them. The person who was killed in the Brainless case worked at the hospital, didn't he? Yeah. Takashina Fumio. He was definitely a psychiatrist at AH General Hospital. Crazy cult to crazy nonprofit. Yeah. Incidentally, let me point out that the hospital director is one of Inohana's intimate friends.
また井ノ原議員ね。
Representative Inohana again. Yua-chan, you know how you've been chasing Nishijo Takumi? The truth is, he visited AH General Hospital 3 times this past month.
そう
Really? Police tailed him the whole time, it's a fact. On top of that, there are records of Nishijo Takumi having been hospitalized there some years before. The doctor responsible for him was Takashina Fumio. What's strange about it are Nishijo's hospital records. He entered the hospital when he was 10 years old, and the records get cut off about 2 years later, but there's no record of him being discharged.
誰かが改ざんしたのかしら。
Ah, so that's the Shogun version of him in the hospital. Perhaps someone falsified it? Wonder. The investigation didn't cover the possibilities, see? Ah, and one more thing about Hatano Sena. Lately, she's often moved around in the company of a student called Orihara Kozue. She's one of Nishijo's classmates, and she transferred in about a month ago. She's got quite a story attached to her, too. Orihara's father works for one of the Nozomi Group's affiliates. They used to live over in Hiroshima. Then there was an incident where 3 of Orihara's classmates were attacked by someone and suffered grievous wounds. Apparently, all 3 had their right arms severed by some kind of sharp blade, and they were left in a horrible state. Orihara Kozue was also on the scene. People suspected her of being the attacker, but she didn't get arrested since the weapon involved didn't exist. There have been rumors that this made it hard to keep living in their hometown, and so her family
凶
moved.
器が存在し
The
ない
weapon didn't exist.
見つからない
It's not that they didn't find it. It didn't exist. No one even knows what was used to cut at them. The situation was such that no one except Orihara could have carried out the attack. Except, even assuming Orihara was the criminal, it'd have been impossible for her to whip the weapon out of somewhere and then hide it again later. That's to the point where people seriously debated about whether it might be the Kaimatachi, sharp wind spirit phenomenon.
何もないところから
A magic trick where you draw a sword out of nothingness? Yeah, could be.
君が
It spooks me. Yua shrank into herself, rubbing her upper arms in an attempt to stop her trembling.
何か
Man, the
と
detective,
ても大きな意志が
kingly good job.
働いているよう
Like,
な
you figure, oh, he's just a bumbling guy. He's not even looking in the right places. He's like, no, he's got his facts pretty straight. Like, he clearly doesn't quite know the supernatural aspects of it yet, but like, got his info down. Feels like some kind of will, one much greater than ours, is at work here. Being in my line of work, I don't go for conspiracy theories. But this one time, I just might end up believing in them. The Meiwa Party and the Nozomi Group. We can assume the 2 of them have some kind of relationship with the GE rate.
天聖信仰会も
The Cosmic Church of the Divine Light will probably yield something if we
も
dig
と
deep
もとあ
enough.
まりいい噂は聞かない
It's not like
し
the rumors about them are all that positive to begin with. Yeah, I feel like any cult is bad, but like Cosmic Church of the Divine Light just sounds, yeah. I mean, he has seen footage of a D-Sword though, so he's gotta be, the wheels have gotta be spinning for him. Momose took a sip of her tea and
本
shrugged.
来の仕事をほったらかし
Ditching your real work to investigate this sort of thing?
バンちゃんには呆
You
れるな
baffle me, Banchan. If we trace it back to the source, isn't it your fault for telling me about the GE rate? True,
それ
but
で捜査
I'll have nothing to do with it if they transfer you out of the investigation headquarters. Really, you're so inept.
って人は
Though she spoke exasperatedly. Nope. Didn't click, I swear. She wasn't condemning him, and her words were in fact a backhanded compliment for Bond as a detective. Oh, it's my phone. Bond's ringtone was playing. When he looked at the LCD screen, the caller was unknown. Oh, yeah, he says he keeps getting harassed. Hello? He heard a violent noise through the receiver. He took the phone away from his ear and looked back at the screen, but it looked like he had good reception. The problem was on the caller's side. Bond cocked his head, wondering if maybe there was someplace far away from any cell phone towers. Hey, who is it? Heck out of it. It was one of the unidentified threatening calls Bond had often received as of late. The mechanical sounding voice probably came from using a voice changer. Bond smiled bitterly as he answered. Ah, it's you! How about you finally give me your name, huh? I mean, even if you tell me to back out, what is it I'm supposed to back out of anyway? You gotta put it in concrete terms. Back out. The call's always cut off there. He'd say back out twice and end it. The pattern was so consistent, one could pretty much call it a certainty. No matter how much Bond called out, no answer would come to him. Yet today was different. If you don't... Huh? Senpai? Ooh. Sorry, I messed up. Oh. Oh no. Having heard that much, Bond finally grasped who the anguished voice coming to the other side of the phone belonged to. Suha? Yeah. He kidnapped me, all of a sudden. Who got you? Where are you now? I don't know, he did it. He had a black ski mask and... Is it only one person? Oi, you okay? Oh, senpai, I'm in AH to... Suha, hey Suha! No matter how much Bond cried out to him, nothing came back through the phone anymore. Clicking his tongue, he pressed the end button. Almost saying you will watch him anxiously.
スワちゃんに何かあったの？
Something happened to Suichan? Yeah. Standing up, Bond hit himself lightly in the cheeks 2 times. Suha got taken hostage. Seems like he's in AH Tokyo General Hospital. Surely not the Meiwa party. I don't know, but I got a bad feeling about
応
this.
援を頼んだ方がいいわ。
You ought to request backup. Make a big deal out of it, Sua's done for. I'll go scope things out alone. Bond left his favorite fan atop the desk, within a moment's reach. Then he looked at each of the 2 women in turn. The ever unreliable middle-aged detective had a look of fearless determination, one that made him seem a different person. Momo-chan and Yua-chan, you should take cover somewhere, got it? I'm gonna go alone. My feet automatically headed towards my base. They were heavy enough to make me think lead had been embedded in my heels. Not just my legs, my whole body was heavy. But I told myself that this heaviness proved my body undeniably existed here, proved I wasn't a delusionary existence. I walked along with shaky footsteps. There was no one in the dusky city who paid attention to the likes of me. Excuse me. Trying to think back. The red and the green, whenever we have a choice, I haven't really been trying to be consistent about it, like paying attention. Has the green always led us to a delusion and the red kept us grounded? But I feel like that's been the case a few times, but I don't know if that tracks the whole game. I haven't gone back to check, to be fair. But I also feel like some of the red has definitely led us to, like, some sort of delusions, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Until a short while ago, I dreaded people taking notice of me or making a laughingstock of me, and I'd inwardly called them names, saying, "Don't look at me." Yeah, that's fair. And I only started to pick up on maybe that being the case more recently, and I should have been paying attention for longer. Now I wanted someone to look at me, and I didn't care who. I wanted to enter someone's sight. I wanted someone to recognize me as being here. I sought such convenient things for myself. But no one would look at me. If I let out a freakish yell, they'd probably turn contemptuous gazes on me, but I didn't have the energy to put it into action. I gripped my cell phone in a sweat-drenched hand. The phone I'd gone to buy together with Nanami. A mere 4 numbers were recorded there. Rumi's cell, Nanami's cell, Mitsumi-kun's cell, and my parents' home number. Using only these 4 numbers, I tried desperately to think of a way to prove I wasn't an imposter. You are a delusionary existence. You could try to call your parents. No. I'm not a delusionary existence or anything of the sort. I'm the real thing. I am Nishijo Takumi. I'm 17 years old. I'm a junior at Sume Academy. I'm a member of a 4-person family. Help me prove I'm me. My trembling kept my teeth from coming together properly. It rattled. It wasn't cold, yet I was shaking. Help me. Out of the 4 recorded numbers, the one I picked belonged to Misumi-kun. The one least likely to be able to help you. You could at least try your parents' number. But hey, whatever. Yes. Ah, Miss Takumi, right? What's up? Things go well with Remy? Guess you must have graduated from being a virgin. Be grateful to me, since I was considerate enough to leave you two by yourselves. To my relief, Misumi-kun was the same as always. He knew of me, the way he was supposed to. He recognized me as Nishijo Takumi. That's why I'm not a delusionary existence or whatever. Remy had only been lying after all. Come to think of it, Minako had told me something a little while ago. Yeah, Minako? Yeah, my girl. Anyway, Minako said, this past month, why did you become so friendly with Nishijo all of a sudden? At first I wondered what the heck she was talking about, but normally I'd never try getting involved with a guy like you. I sort of have memories getting to know you through Remy, but for some reason I can't remember the details. It was the same condition I'd experienced moments ago. No, I don't want that. Please don't say anything more. Though, all he had to do was talk about girls in his usual manner and leave it at that. Why only today of all days? Say, when did you become friends with me? I became frightened. I cut the line in a hurry. I was about to cry, but no tears came out. There was only the sensation of my heart being pulled to shreds. Yeah, he looked for answers and found the right answer, but not the answer he was looking for. Next, I tried calling my parents' house. I somehow indicated the number with quivering fingertips, then pressed the call button. Nanami had entered my parents' number. It wasn't a number I'd recorded out of my own conviction, so there was no mistaking it. It had to connect. Would my dad have come home by this time of day, or would my mom pick up? Would Nanami be there? What should I say if it went through? Would I ask them if I were their son? They might think I was being an idiot. It was actually a pretty stupid question. What if they said no? Or what if they told me, right now, our son Takumi is having dinner with his sister Nanami in the living room? What if a phone call I'd made to verify it was the real thing ended up verifying the fact that I was an imposter? You mean like that last phone call? What if they asked me, who are you? One negative thought after the other, terrifying me. I didn't want to know the result. I was helplessly scared. I was going out of my mind. My breath started to hurt me. I couldn't breathe well. That was when the call connected. Holding the phone to my ear, I braced myself. The phone number you have placed a call to is currently out of use. Please double check the number before calling again. Yeah, no number there. No one would verify that I was me. No one was there to prove it for me. I wanted to die. I mean, Nanami exists, is the thing. Like, even Remy said, Nanami exists. So I don't know. When I lifted my eyes, Yamanote Street was before me, with a vast number of cars coming and going across it. Maybe I would be better off dead. There was no value in an imposter's life. Alright, you know what? I want to try green, and see if it leads to a delusion. This is me picking one this time, just to test my theory. Also because we were explicitly told, don't do any more delusions. Even if a monster stayed in this world, he'd only be persecuted. I had neither hopes nor dreams. I found my own existence unsightly. I wanted to be put at ease. I'd be at ease if I died, because I wouldn't have to think about anything, because I wouldn't suffer from anything, because no one would laugh at me anymore, because no one would betray me anymore. I wanted nothingness. I took a single step forward. I'd meant to take a step, but my legs wouldn't so much as budge. They wouldn't move from me. Before I knew it, my knees were shaking. Maybe my theory does not hold water. I couldn't work up the courage to do it, even though I wanted to die so badly. Terror of death wouldn't let me continue one step forward. I was the one who wanted to die. I was also the one who dreaded death. I became confounded. I lost the ability to grasp my own emotions. Did I want to die? To live? Which was it? I want to die. I gritted my teeth. I closed my eyes. I mentally chanted, I want to die. But my legs still wouldn't move. The car was passing by with astonishing speeds. A vision of getting run over and killed by one of those lethal steel weapons rose at the back of my head, and I shrank back. But I want to die. In the end, I sank weakly down in place. Even in this final stage, I was forced to realize that I was a useless spoiled brat. Yup. I ended up thinking expedient things like how, since I was now crouching down here on the sidewalk anyway, maybe a car would skate and come crashing into me. It'd be so much easier if I could just die by some unavoidable force. Okay, well my theory's gone, because that didn't do a delusion. As she walked below the overhead rail at the Shibuya station, Sakihata Remy took out her cell phone. She had walked straight here after parting with Takumi. She brought up her phone's address book and called the number recorded under the name Nana-chan. The recipient soon picked up. Ah, yeah, it's me. The truth is, I got a wee little something to report to you. I think I'm going to go save Nana-chan now. Remy had an idea of where Nanami was being imprisoned and who had imprisoned her. She knew, for she too had once been in the same environment. It was a past she wanted to forget, but for the sake of saving Nanami, she would readily dare to meet with the dark memories for a second time. The reaction of the person she'd called was just what she had expected, and so she smiled wryly. You sure don't have much faith in me. I'm totally fine. Both her voice and her expression were very bright. They didn't betray a particle of the tragic yet brave resolve within her. To an onlooker, she would only appear to be making an enjoyable phone call. It happened a long time ago. Anyway, between my feelings and saving Nana-chan, it's beyond obvious which one ought to take precedence. Wow. Already puts her as the second best character here, because she actually is like, yeah, obviously I'm going to save Nana. Whereas Takumi was like, no, Thor, I can't do it. Sorry. So yeah, no, automatically second place. Didn't I tell you? I want to help you. Besides, I don't want to get Taku involved. There, Remy's expression clouded over. Say, would it be okay if I talked, just for a moment? I said a whole bunch of cruel things to Taku. And after having done that, I know it's really selfish, but I find myself thinking about how the time I spent with him was so much fun. Even though everything about it was nothing more than a delusion-drenched game of pretend. You'd save herself, obviously, yeah. Our school life. And the way Taku and I went back and forth to school, and being friends with Daichin. And how I tried to stay together with Taku. And Taku's existence itself. Little by little, Remy's pace grew more relaxed. People she'd never seen before kept passing her from behind. Taku is overwhelmingly pathetic. Yes. And overwhelmingly weak. Yes. The kind of boy any regular girl definitely wouldn't give a second glance. Yes. As she spoke, she tightened the hand holding the phone to her ear. Yet, in my heart, I feel like we had fun. Yet, in my heart, I feel like I wanted to be with him longer. I wonder, what is this feeling? When she looked up, there was the neon-lit night sky. She couldn't see any stars. Remy briefly paused to stand still there. Remy smiled a tiny bit in response to the person on the other end of the line. Nothing. I gotta hang up soon. Really, it's alright. You don't have to worry about a thing, because I'll get everything settled for you. Okay? Takumi? Okay. That's good. So that's Shogun she was talking to. We know that they were friendly. I had lost all energy. Before I knew it, I was at my base. I didn't have clear memories of how I'd gotten back here. After failing to die on Yamanote Street, wonder, who carried this container up here and how? A question that hadn't so much as occurred to me before now. When I thought about it anew, all these things that seemed a tad odd to me kept catching my notice. They increasingly concerned me. Once I closed the door, the room's interior went pitch black. Leaning up against the door, I stood motionless. All that echoed through the room was the sound of my PC's fan humming and the sound of my shallow breathing. I thought maybe in the darkness I wouldn't have to be as conscious of my hideous self, but it had the reverse effect. In part because I couldn't see anything, and it was so very quiet. The cruel things Remy had said to me played on endless repeat in my head. You are a delusionary existence. Yup, my own moan sounded helplessly repellent to me. It gave me nausea. Given that I was already repulsive enough, I'd be beyond saving if my existence itself were the stuff of a freak show. I wanted to disappear. Tripping over the trash scattered about the floor, I crept my way towards the back of the room. I switched on the light, driving away the darkness. I grabbed the Sierra-Tan figure, post-awakening version, that had caught my eye just then and collapsed into my chair. I embraced Sierra-Tan, holding her to my chest. She was very small and very hard. She wasn't breathing, and she wouldn't say anything to me. She didn't have the warmth of a 3D girl. Even so, I only had Sierra-Tan now. Alright, so now that my theory is gone, we'll leave it up to chat again. Green or red? My theory's out the window. I thought the greens were delusions and the reds weren't, but I guess that doesn't really track either. What do we pick? Still don't really know exactly what they do. So, green it be. Continue that green train for now. Remy had left me. Nanami was missing. I haven't gone looking for Nanami. I really haven't given her much of a thought, except, she's missing. So then I had attacked me. Kozubi hadn't protected me. Yua was my enemy. And Ayase was in the hospital. They were the only girls whose names I knew, and none of them would do a thing for me. To be fair, would you do a thing for any one of them? If one of them called you and was like, hey, I am stuck out here. Can you come here to the middle of a crowded area with taxi money or something? Could you even do that? I don't think you could. And he wants people to come save him from this giant existential dread. Like, he wouldn't help any of them. Reality wasn't easy. They couldn't care less about a monster like me. I clenched Sierra-Tan with trembling hands. Harder. Harder. Perhaps enough to break her. I wanted to disappear. Whether or not you disappear, Taki, people had zero awareness of you up until now anyway, righto? The depths of my chest ached with a pang. To think even Sierra-Tan would say such awful things to me. It's not awful or whatever, it's the truth. You're saying you want to die, but you're gonna get depressed just because I've hit the nail on the head? You got carried away this past month. You began talking to the people around you, especially girls, cute girls, like you actually have a life or something. Even before then, you shut yourself up and you didn't have a single friend. But if you look at it from the other direction, all you're doing is going back to the same lifestyle as back then. Going back? Yeah, going back. You mustn't see anyone. You mustn't believe anyone. She says stuff like that a lot. She really just wants him here and not to have any outside world stuff. Who cares if you're real or fake? It's not like anyone can prove it either way. All you gotta do is look at me and only me, Taki. You used to be plenty happy with that alone, righto? You stopped feeling that way because of the girls who approached you. You'd be way better off not meeting those slutty bitches anymore. In LA. I see, that's how it is. They were the ones in the wrong. The people who tried to associate with me. The ones like Remy. It was all their fault. I hadn't done anything wrong. I'll shut myself up again. I'll stay here in an anonymous existence, surrounded by my wives. Sierra-Tan foremost among them. They'll all be okay like that, Sierra-Tan. Yep, exactly. I'll make you happy, Taki. Sierra-Tan said merrily as she laid in my hand. I loathed myself for making her say it. Yeah, at least in his head. Yeah, I'm way beyond noxious. I wanted to die more and more. Happy times. I also feel like we're swapping characters way more frequently now than we ever did early game. At night, hints of a human presence rapidly faded from hospitals. It was like they had taken it in excess of life and death during the day, and were using this time to regain their balance. Hospitals at this time of night bore neither the scent of life nor the scent of death. All that existed there was an empty tranquility. I don't think I've ever been at a hospital at night. Bon had to smile ruefully at how odd he himself was, thinking such a thing. Put that aside, he found it to be especially quiet today. It still shouldn't have been time for lights out yet, but the illumination on the corridors had been turned off, and he couldn't see a single nurse. Since the moment he set foot in the lobby, Bon had been keenly feeling a bad premonition. He had no basis for it. It was what people call a detective's intuition, but My intuition is usually on the money, isn't it? Maybe in order to distract himself from that premonition, he'd ended up thinking about things that one might even call curiously spiritual. While taking a cab to this hospital, he'd dialed Sue's cell many times. He never went through, however, and that itself plainly demonstrated the danger of his junior's situation. He couldn't afford to dawdle. He had to find where in this vast hospital Sue was being held as fast as possible, and then rescue her. Plus, he had to do it without catching the kidnapper's notice. Probably would be the harder part of it all. The sound of footsteps would echo off linoleum floors. Before entering the lobby, Bond had taken off the leather shoes he'd been wearing. Smart. Winter was pressing close at hand in the current season. Bond couldn't help but shudder at the chill that came up from the floor, passing through his socks. Oh. The sliding noise of the automatic doors at the entrance resounded through the lobby. Next came the voice of a girl calling Bond's name. Seeing Kusunoki Yua come to the lobby, Bond went speechless with surprise. He hastily dashed to her. Yua anxiously ran her eyes, deep behind her glasses, around the area. Hey, why do you follow me? I told you guys to go to ground. Literally, this is actually dangerous for you. I'm sorry, but
私
Bond looked around for Momose, but she wasn't anywhere. Momose's smart. Awakening to the fact that this girl had come on her own, he scratched his head, his face perplexed. Go right back this instant. This isn't a game.
それは分かっているつもりです
Understand? Do you, though? If you understand, then go home. At that moment, they heard a creaking sound from the hallway extended beyond the lobby. A dim, empty corridor. From the center of it rolled a wheelchair without anyone to sit in it, advancing on Bond and Yua. Almost simultaneously, there also came the sound of someone sprinting up the stairs. Anyway, Yua-chan, go home, okay? Bond had already started running as he warned her. He climbed the stairs, chasing the footsteps without listening to her answer. He carried himself with such swiftness, one couldn't possibly have envisioned it from his usual lack of enthusiasm. You gotta stay in some amount of shape to be a detective and chase people down. Chasing the footsteps led him to the roof of the outpatient building. Like a garden, it had been provided with plantings. Doubtless it was a space for helping to soothe the patients, but unfortunately it didn't seem to come with nighttime lighting, and he couldn't see what kinds of flowers were growing there. Also, since it was the roof and all, he had a strong wind. Short of breath, Bond quickly studied his surroundings. The man who made the footsteps had definitely fled here, but now his form had unexpectedly disappeared. Did he do a neat job of luring me up here? As he ran away, the man had made so much noise, it sounded almost deliberate. The only thing it could signify was that he'd been attempting to entice Bond to follow him. Bond didn't have his gun with him at the moment. Uneasy about being unarmed, he searched for something that would make a likely weapon, but he couldn't find anything suitable. He sucked in a breath. Sweat was seeping from his forehead, and he wiped it away with his fingers. One step at a time, he continued towards the center of the rooftop garden. From the shadows of the plantings to the shadows of the benches, there were potential hiding spots all over the place. Yeah, that looks like it. Like, I'm assuming it's better lit for our purposes, but it's probably really dark there. Bond honed all of his nerves so as to be able to respond no matter which direction he got attacked from. The center of the garden was a round plaza, and a number of benches were set up along its outskirts. He squinted at each of them in turn, and he found a suspicious object resting on top of one of them. Paying even more careful attention to his surroundings, Bond slowly walked up to that bench. As he approached, the object's shape grew distinct enough for him to recognize it. It's about as large as a soccer ball. Round, black, a human's decapitated head. Bond had taken charge of dismemberment homicide cases a number of times, and this evoked in him past memories of seeing the same thing in photographs. His sense of foreboding was growing stronger and stronger. When he thought about how it might be Sua's head, fury and aggravation at the criminal rose in him, simmering. Bond ground his back teeth together. He went further towards the bench. The object there remained motionless. The cold night wind blew past him. That was when Bon heard a gunshot. It suddenly made him flinch. Normally he was supposed to lower his body and look in the direction the sound had come from, but couldn't even carry out those actions. No. To put it more accurately, there was no longer any need for him to carry out such actions. Feeling a burning pain in his chest, Bon touched his hand to it. Damp sensation. Something was pouring out of him. The unique scent of blood. Pain, which his brain had begun to acknowledge a little after the gunshot. He'd been shot. The instant he became aware of this, his legs went limp. Well, unable to stand, he fell there, shoulders first. The footsteps from before approached him. Desperate, Bon looked up at the man with eyes that were already beginning to fog over. A black shadow holding a handgun. The darkness kept him from recognizing that face. A voice. I told you to back out. He'd heard it before. Too bad for you, senpai. That kind of the blue suit pants leg. Suo Mamoru said mockingly, walking past the clumsy fallen Bon. Ramen's real heavy until it must be. It's weird to not see ramen here for these nights, but again, it all gets archived, so it's whatever. Also, hey Potions, how's it going? Welcome to Stuff's Happening, yo. You, me? Yep, man. Guess this is where I ought to get congratulated for firing my first shot in the job, huh? Grinning, Sua casually picked up the object set on the bench. By the way, senpai, you were focusing awfully hard on this. Was it that unusual to you? A Darth Spider helmet. Coming back up to Bon's side, Sua held the black helmet in front of Bon's eyes as though to flaunt it. Rubbing it in. Yes, fair. As Bon smiled bitterly, most of his sight had already turned hazy. The sensation at the ends of his limbs had gone terribly cold. His chest hurt, but it wasn't agonizing. He sensed the presence of an intense gaze, but he had lost the ability to determine whether it was coming from Sua or some other person. Yeah, he was definitely suspicious slash mysterious. He was always just kind of like, he exists, but he's off doing something. Like all the time. Knowing his life would only hold out for a few more minutes, Bon forced his body to roll over on his back as it grew rapidly heavier and heavier. Baron counted Darth Spider. Once he sprawled there with his limbs splayed out, the night sky appeared above him. But it was cloudy, and he couldn't see the stars. Then again, even if the stars had come out, he'd already lost the ability to see them. As he coughed, the taste of blood spread through his mouth. Hey, Sua, you're a fool. Still a kid and a hopelessly foolish detective. But, oh, pretty damn highly of you. And you irritated the fucking hell out of me, senpai. Well, I can understand why. Bon's breathing steadily grew shallower. Air leaked from his throat with a hissing sound. His eyes no longer seized on anything. Who are you? Bon's final question as his consciousness faded away. Sora answered it while pointing the barrel of the gun down at him. A wizard. You fool. Doesn't look 30. At some point, the wind had stopped. In the midst of the abruptly calm darkness, two figures went still. But that too lasted for only a moment. So his fingers slowly tightening around the trigger. May the divine light save you, senpai. Happy times for happy people. Oh, he's also having a good time. Yeah. Hey, Risky. How's it going? Gotta love that nice upbeat, nice upbeat music after man gets shot, you know. But also, 47 heckin' months, thank you so much. Hugely appreciated. That's oh hey, Grim's here. I've acquired a doggo new D&D game. Hell yeah. I feel like that's kind of what my D&D campaign has turned into. The one I'm in is just people acquire pets slash minions slash animal companions of some sort. it's just turned into that, which is not a bad thing, mind you, not a complaint. But yeah, obviously, that's almost 4 heckin' years. Holy crap. Thank you. Hope you're still enjoying all Viperland goodies we got around here. Hope your D&D game's going well as well. And yeah, happy fun times in game. Excuse me. Lots of kill me's, followed by Grimson has entered the room. Still, he's going. Either he didn't notice or, Grim. Lol, what? Still kill me. Kill. Now you get all emo? Lol. Kill me. Or did a real live girl reject you? Kill me. It's nothing like acting like nothing has happened to you. Yeah, Let me tell you something good. Kill me. Kill E. Kill me. If you stay a virgin till you're 30. Literally just reference this. Kill me. You'll be able to use magic. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Just a piece of trivia. Kill me. While I'm at it, this should be a scramble crossing. What did E ever do to you? They say something big is going to start there in about an hour. Still going. Jesus fucking Christ, lol. He's having a good day. Go to the party then. You're a celeb, so you'll be the center of everyone's attention. If you're there, they might do you a favor and kill you, Shut off the monitor and hugged my knees in my chair.
僕を
Kill me, somebody.
殺してよ。
In my hand was my sole ally, Sierra-tan. Because I've been gripping her with my sweat-drenched hand for a while, her slender limbs had become completely damp, and her arm had gotten all bent out of shape. Look here, open up! This voice, I mean, we know who that voice is, but how are they out there? And do we pick green or red? The all-important question. The green or the red? That sounds like Nanami to me, though. Yeah, Grim was so comforting. Yeah, it's always been comforting. Well, if Ramen's guess is correct, Grim is the nurse from the hospital, so I don't know if their plan is ever to be comforting, because they're clearly involved in the Nozomi group and the cult, so like, I don't know if comforting is in any way what they're trying to be. This voice, it couldn't be. How? Bro, you idiot! I hadn't misheard it. One of the girls who visited this house. Or out of the girls who visited this house, there was only one imbecile who yelled at the top of her lungs from outside like this. Nanami had come. And I was somewhat surprised at myself for experiencing absolutely no deep emotion in response. I hate Takumi so much. Your sister, he changes so much. It's like all his emotions are cranked up to 11, but also he just cycles through them, never feeling like like it was in universe yesterday, right? In game yesterday, where he was like, "I'd give anything to save her, anything at all. My issues, my inconveniences be damned, whatever, anything to save her. And now he's like, oh, she's safe. I didn't even do anything. I don't even really care that she's safe. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Was what I'd begun to think. Nothing would change just because Nanami had come over here now. Besides, there was nothing especially mysterious about her coming here. Hadn't Remy said something about going off to save her? Things will get really bad if you won't open it. Her noisiness ticked me off. Leave a monster like me in peace. Nanami was only thinking about her own right hand, not that I had any idea what would become of it. I couldn't get in the mood to talk with other people anymore. Bro! But she was so goddamn loud. I heaved myself up out of the chair and headed for the door. The distance between me and that door felt horribly far. I realized I was afraid of seeing Nanami. It finally came out. Survival confirmation. As I opened the door, Nanami waved her hand with a smile. I froze because Nanami's attitude was all too ordinary, because her energy level was all too usual, and because I saw that there was a white bandage wrapped around her right wrist after all. The phone call she had made to me only a few hours ago, the agonizing voice saying, "Give back Nana's right hand." The smile she now pointed at me from right in front of me, the bandage wound around her right hand. They contradicted each other. Nanami was contradicting herself. Ah, I see. This must surely be one of the delusions I'm always having. I never had a sister like Nanami in the first place. That's it. That's obviously it. Ignoring her, I went back into the room and sat down on the sofa. I gave the Sierra figure another tight squeeze. I clenched her so hard it made my hand hurt a little. But even that pain was delusionary anyway. Bro, what's wrong? You're looking down. Yes, everything in this world is made of delusions. Delusions that unfolded solely within my brain. Both me and the delusions I viewed like this, everything was false. Did you stay up all night playing a game or something? I'm living more like a regular human being. Eh? What? Shut up. Look here, you don't have to put it like that. Do you think I'll let you get away with saying whatever you like just because you're my brother? Shut up, you delusionary sister. Delusion? Throwing my body against the sofa backrest, I looked up at the ceiling. Without any particular meaning behind it, I started counting the spots of rust there. I didn't want to let Nanami into my sight, because she'd only make me grow hollower. Well, not that it made a big difference whether or not I went empty inside, given that I was a delusionary existence after all. Hey, bro, are you really okay? You seem totally different from normal. Acting all grown up and concerned over me, my imaginary little sister was worrying about me. It made irritation seethe up within me. No, rather, why had she barged in my room without asking? I get it, you're hungry. I mean, you know, food helps solve all issues. I gritted my molars. Then, should I make something for you? Chuck it. Did you say chicken? Like the meat? No one said a word about chicken. If it's chicken you want, then I ought to fry it. I've never cooked it like that on my own before. But it's not like I'm making it because you requested it, okay? I was just thinking I kind of want to cook something with chicken today, too. This Nanami got on my nerves. What I couldn't forgive her for was how she resembled the real thing. No, the real Nanami didn't exist at all, right? And this Nanami herself was the real one? The real Nanami? My head got all tangled up. So I gave up on thinking. I didn't give a crap about it. Everything was a delusion in the end. Chuck the bandage. Take it off, you twit. Bandage? Ah, you mean this? It's just a bruise from when I tripped. A bruise. The truth? A lie? I don't know if she... I'd know if she took it off. Really, you're so willful. Then make me a promise that if I take off my bandage, you'll cheer up, too. The sound of cloth ripping against itself echoed through the quiet room. My ears rang, my head ached. Even those things were delusions, so I didn't concern myself with them. Okay, you satisfied now? Hey, come on, bro. I went to the trouble of taking it off, so take a good look. I slowly lowered my line of sight. Nanami rolled up the sleeve of her uniform and thrust her right hand in my direction. From her slender arm, a drop of blood. The words slashed into her wrist as wounds were.
誰の
Whose eyes are those eyes? Okay. A flash of light shot through my sight. By the time the flash died down, the grotesque wounds I'd seen on her wrist had utterly vanished. Still having delusions. I collected my distorted breaths. I gnawed hard at my lip. Nanami massaged her own unbandaged
青
hand.
技
The
だいぶ
bruising
効い
is
てくれ
mostly
た
gone
な
now. It got really
最
swollen up
初
at
はすご
first.
く腫れてたんだよ
I didn't know whether or not she spoke the truth. Certainly she didn't have any injuries, but they'd been there before. How does she know? I didn't understand anything anymore, nor did I want to think about it. I leaned my neck back against the sofa again.
ね
Say, Nanami.
え、ななみ、
I spoke to my sister, to the female who may or may not have been her, without turning my gaze on her.
お前が本
I
物
don't care if you're the real thing or a
ど
stand-in.
っちでもいいよ。
Now I saw only one
僕
thing.
を殺してく
Would
れ
you
ないか。
kill me? Going to someone else again. The front entrance of AH Tokyo General Hospital. Kusunoki Yua stared, wow, without making any rustle, at the view that was beyond the automatic doors. She had no choice but to head outside when Detective Bond told her, "Go home right this instant." But she was so concerned about him she couldn't move from the spot. Pursuing an unidentified figure, Bond had vanished in the hospital's upper floors. Though less than 3 minutes had passed since then, Yua studied the lobby, wondering if he would return. I mean, he went in and climbed stairs, right? He climbed presumably for a ways, but gunshots are loud. There's no way they'd fire 2 gunshots on the roof and she wouldn't hear them here. He didn't go to like several buildings away or anything, he just went up, that's it. After Bond went off to the hospital alone, shaking off Momose's attempts to stop her, Yua had chased after him, in order to come closer to the real criminal and the truth about her sister's death, if only by a step. The person who had sent Bond threatening phone calls saying back out, and who had abducted his junior, apparently someone called Suicide, that person was in all likelihood the one who had killed her sister Mia. Yua had a hunch that such was the case, so she hadn't been able to fully hold back the impulses driving her forward. Would echo louder, yeah, exactly. Regardless of how thorough Bond had warned her, thoroughly, it would be dangerous to get involved in this case, she'd come all the way here. But then, it wasn't as if Yua could accomplish anything simply by having come here. In the end, she was no more than a powerless high school girl. Yua anticipated that maybe Bond would return in high style, having collared the culprit. When he did, she'd have the chance to question the criminal in person. Why did he have to kill my sister? It was the question Yua wanted to ask no matter what. Right then, she abruptly sensed a gaze. Uneasy, Yua surveyed her surroundings. 2 hours had yet to pass since sundown, but the hospital's front entrance was uncannily quiet. Close beside, it was an off-hours entrance. It doubled as a place for the reception of emergency patients, but even there she could sense no human presence. Near the side of the hospital, a train decelerated as it ran along, but few cars drove down the wide road in front of the hospital, and there were 0 pedestrians. Sandwiched between Shibuya, the city that doesn't sleep, and Shinjuku, this place was akin to the darkness born from 2 brilliant lights. Nowhere could she see someone who might be the source of the gaze. Resting a hand upon her breast to help tamp down her nervousness, Yua let out a small breath. Next, she cast her eyes unmindfully at the hospital. Ah, a lone girl stood there. The lights around the hospital entrance had already gone out, leaving it dim. Despite that, the girl's form floated out from the depths with a terrible clarity.
ちゃん
Mia-chan? Yua murmured unthinkingly. She knew it was impossible, but she couldn't keep her voice from coming out. The girl's figure looked exactly the same as hers, and exactly the same as her younger twin sister, who was no longer in this world. Moreover, the girl was wearing familiar-looking clothing. They were, without a doubt, her little sister's clothes. When she thought that perhaps she was seeing a ghost... Excuse me. I don't know why I'm yawning tonight. I swear I slept good last night, but I also swear I say that every week. She experienced a terror great enough to make all the downy hair in her body stand on end. The girl abruptly turned on her heel, heading off for the automatic doors at the hospital building entrance. As she approached them, the automatic doors quietly opened. She wasn't a ghost. Yua was dumbfounded. She instantly broke into a run and went towards the hospital entrance, chasing after the girl. Perhaps because the lights out time had already gone by, the hospital building interior was even more deathly quiet than outside. Each time Yua took a step, the sound of her shoes echoed far down the hallway. It had been the same in the outpatient building, but the excessive silence made it seem even eerier. The girl's presence had disappeared in the direction of the upper floors. She heard something resembling faint laughter as well, like a scene right out of a ghost story. Yua thought to herself as she slowly, step by step, climbed the stairs with great care. She came out on the second floor. She looked down the hallway, but no one was there after all. When she became dubious, suspecting it of having been a hallucination. Oh, that's close. She heard female laughter from the floor above. That voice, that manner of laughing. Yua had heard them countless times in the past. Upon ascending to the third floor, Yua glanced at the corridor, and there stood a girl with the same face as hers. One of the 5 to die in the first New Gen case, the group Dive, her sister, who was supposed to have died 2 months ago. Kusunoki Mia stood there, and there was no denying the tangibility of her existence. It can't be. Yua took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes, but Mia remained there even after she put them back on.
Mia-chan.
Mia-chan, is that you? What do you think? Voice so clear she couldn't think of it as an auditory hallucination. That expression of hers, with an invincible smile, she was the very same Mia from Yua's memories. Mia had always been like that. She'd often sneered that way to make herself out to be the bad guy. Mia-chan, do you really think I'm Mia, and you're Yua? What do you mean? What if it were the reverse? You're Mia, the one who died was Yua. You were the one who killed her. What are you saying? Unable to stand your older sister, beloved by her parents, you put in a request online for someone to kill her. Plus, in order for it to look like suicide, you forced 4 people you'd never met to jump off with her. You became your own older sister, and while pretending to grieve and shed tears over your little sister's death, you obtained the parental love your big sister had previously monopolized, and in your heart you continued gloating. No, you're wrong. I'm Yua. Who's going to prove it? It must be Yua. But you aren't certain. What proves me to be who I am? Your face, your name, your memories. Even though this is about me, it's impossible to prove you are yourself. Seems to be a recurring theme. It's also possible that I'm Mia? Didn't you research all sorts of things? Multiple personalities, symbolism, fabricated memories, and delusions. The matters she herself had researched up until now were what thrust at her the reality of how memories, or else recollections, were such ambiguous things. She ceased to understand herself. What was she? Yua held her head and shook it like a child throwing a tantrum. Who are you? Yua, who pretended to be a good girl and automatically received their parents' praise and affection. Mia, who pretended to be a bad girl and actively earned their parents' dislike. Also, hey Birdie, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Thank you for the heckin' host. How are you doing tonight? And looked upon her older sister with envy and loathing, although she had brought it all upon herself. You're stalking me. Oh no. Oh my. Now, you too. Mia, or perhaps Yua, began walking soundlessly as though to lead the way for Yua, or perhaps Mia. She'll meet the same fate as me. Yua and Mia, monozygotic twins with identical faces. The boundary between them was becoming unclear. Standing upright in the darkness, the vast boxes of two buildings. But compared to the Shinjuku skyscraper that towered nearby, they were just like children gazing up at adults. The roof of the hospital building, Yua had arrived there, lured by Mia. Who knew whose work it might have been, but one corner of the fence soaring around it contained a broken area large enough for a single person to pass through. Just so happens, of course. Yua and Mia, having ventured through that broken spot to the other side of the fence, stood at the edge of the roof. Directly in front of them was the outpatient building. Since it was shorter than the hospital wing, they could take its rooftop garden in at a glance. That said, it wasn't illuminated, so Yua wouldn't be able to tell even if something were there. The wind was strong up on the roof. That strong wind made Yua and Mia's long, soft hair and the sleeves of their clothing flutter fiercely.
私たちは
Because we were originally one,
また戻り
only going back there,
一歩を踏み出
take
れば
one step forward,
あなたは
and you will become
私に
me.
なる
Empty-eyed, Yua mechanically repeated emotionless words. Spreading out her arms as though to keep her balance, she held her ground against the vigor of the wind blowing up at her. Close by her, spreading her arms out in the same way as Yua, Mia looked in her direction and smiled.
耐える必要なんてない
There's no
よ
need to
あ
endure
な
it.
たは
You must
私
gain
の
knowledge of my
痛みを知
pain.
さ
Come,
飛んで
fly.
そうすれば
Once you do,
私もあなた
you and
も
I will share the same
同じ
pain.
私
It'll
は
also be called as being dead. Doing pretty good tonight.
私
The bots have at least slowed down for the night, and we get into some wildness in this game, so all good over here. Which am I? Me? You?
それを聞いても
There's
意
no
味は
meaning
ない
in
わ
asking that.
どっちにしたって
Either way,
あなたは飛ぶ
you will jump. All vestiges of hesitation vanished from Yua, and as she began to take a single step forward... Oh. Wow, that timing was... Alright, so... In the time it took him, maybe he had to climb a boatload of stairs, but like, we climbed stairs. He did take some time looking around that roof, so I guess it works out. A gunshot tore through the moonless night. Yua came back to herself with a gasp, and looking down at her feet, she let out a cry. She went dizzy, faced with the height of the place where she had come to stand on her own accord. She lost her balance and seemed about to fall off. She desperately reached for the fence at her back and avoided plummeting down by clinging to it. She had heard the gunshot from the roof of the outpatient building. She turned her eyes again in its direction. She could just barely make out human shapes in the circular clearing at the center of the rooftop garden. There were two of them. One lay collapsed, and the other stood beside them.
バンさん
Come on, son. Yeah, he's, Had that detective shot somebody to death, or had somebody shot him to death?
何をしてるの
What are you
どうして
doing?
私と同じ
Why aren't you
痛みを
willing to
味わおう
taste
と
the
しない
same
の
pain as me?
そんなの卑怯よ
So cowardly, so unfair.
ミヤちゃん
Mia-chan,
違うわ
you're wrong.
私は
I'm
ユア
Yua.
ユアは
Yua is
私ミヤ
me.
はあなた
Mia
あなた
is
は
you.
一体
What on earth are you?
私はあなたの
I am
望
what you
み
wished
あ
for.
なたは私の
You are what
望
I
み
wished for. Mia made a grab for her. She put both hands on Yua's neck and squeezed them tighter. Powerful pressure on her throat. She was losing the ability to breathe. Bad, yeah. Mia wasn't a ghost. She definitely had a physical body. She was strangling Yua by the neck.
お願い
Please, die. At least today, listen to my request for once. Because I always forced myself to go without. Yua's sight went red. Her hands wandered in the air, but they couldn't grasp anything. She was going to be killed. Faced by the extremity of that terror, Yua threw her whole body into the struggle to shake Mia off her, using a strength she hadn't known she possessed. But Mia was strong as well, and Yua simply couldn't compete. Even her thoughts began to go red. It felt like her consciousness had been covered by a glob of blood. I don't like the sounds at all. As she shook her head violently, her glasses fell off. A bystander would no longer have been able to tell Yua and Mia apart. The results could freely determine who had killed who. If Yua died, all Mia would have to do was become her. If Mia died, all Yua would have to do was become her. Resignation gradually spread through Yua's heart. The hatred-filled face of Mia, or else Yua, before her. Not wanting to see it, she turned her face away. What came flying into her reddened field of sight was a planting, the flowers that brought color to the rooftop garden. She had the sense that a dissimilar shadow was mixed in with those flowers. It may have been a hallucination, one she was seeing because she lost her glasses, but she could no longer breathe. In the midst of her suffering rose up a faint serenity. While she thought to herself that maybe it would be alright to let everything go like this, the demands of her bodily instincts insisting that she didn't want to die rejected that serenity. The same instinct made her stretch a hand towards that out-of-place shadow. The distance between her and the planting was roughly 2 meters. Under these circumstances, it would be impossible for her to touch it when she reached for it. Despite that, her fingertips brushed something hard and cold. Ah, somebody's got a sword. She grasped it, all but unconsciously. A split second later, Kusunoki Yua's dwindling consciousness went clear, as though a fog had lifted away from it. Well, yep, sword time now. An intense, invisible impact burst forth. Takumi, still nothing. A red light resembling flower petals danced there, sending the twins, one of whom had almost been lying on top of the other, flying apart. Coughing, Yua swayed to her feet, looking at what she was gripping and widening her eyes. It was a single sword. All too elegant, all too keen, all too valiant, all too immaculate, all too profound and unfamiliar, all too delicate and easily damaged, and beautiful enough to invoke tears. This is that which lay in her hand. What it reminded Yua of were Ayase's sword, which he had previously seen in the subway, and the sword belonging to the girl of whom Ban had spoken, Senna. What just happened?
何
Blown away by the mysterious shock wave from before, almost buried in one of the plantings, Mia came crawling out, pressing down on her head.
あなたは
What did you do?
私は
I...
みやちゃん
Mia-chan, I finally understood what I tried so hard to find out the truth about... Why I tried to... so hard to find out the truth about your death.
私を殺そうとしたの
Did you try to kill me?
私は
Was I about to be killed
また殺
again?
されると
Again?
結局
In the end, I was scared of
私はあ
you.
なたが
I
怖
thought you
かった
died as a way to get rid of me, or get to me.
当て
I
つけ
didn't
にした
understand
の
you.
か死んだ理由は
I wanted to reassure myself by
私
proving
の
it
せいじゃ
wasn't
ない
my fault that you
最
died.
低の
I'm the worst sister.
死んでくれ
Why
ないのよ
won't you die for me? Nothing she said would get through to Mia anymore. Their two hearts, which had begun as one and the same, were now perfectly estranged and would never return. Mia seized at her again, recalling her previous agony and trembling in terror. Yua... Don't! A flash. The sword in her hand traced a sharp locus. It clove the ghost in half. Mia stopped moving, wearing an expression of astonishment. She groped at the wound carved from her lower left abdomen to her right shoulder. No blood emerged. Mia-chan died 2 months ago. Then who are you? Innumerable particles, large enough to be visible, seeped out of Mia's body. Enveloped in foam, her flesh gradually crumbled and its outlines faded, and metamorphized into something separate. Yua looked at it with disbelieving eyes. What at last appeared in Mia's stead was a stout man. He wore a denim shirt and dirty jeans, with a rucksack on his back. A man Yua had never seen before. Who are you?
みやちゃんの姿に
Why were you in Mia-chan's form? How? Bewildered, Yua retreated with his sword still in hand. The man, too, appeared flustered, since he probably hadn't imagined being exposed as himself. You too, why? Don't tell me this kid's a gigalomaniac. I didn't hear a thing about that. Shit, what should I... Paying no heed to gravity, it flew all but horizontally. Huh? By the time the man turned to look behind him, it had already pierced the rucksack he was wearing. And from within that rucksack gushed a pale flash of light. The man went taut, as though he'd received an electric shock, and toppled over on his face with the whites of his eyes showing. Bubbles frothed at his mouth, and he convulsed. Oh, that which had stabbed his rucksack. A sword with beautiful curves, similar to the one Yua had obtained moments ago.
これ
This... Yua remembered seeing that sword somewhere. She had spotted it once before. A single human presence approached her. Yua raised her head. Teaser sword. I think it's more that the rucksack was very electric, but, could be either. She who emerged out of the dimness.
何事かと思っ
I wondered what was going
こん
on.
な
Quite a
騒ぎ
commotion.
私もと
Kishimoto-san. Expressionless, Ayase glanced at the sword Yua held. I sensed the great will at work. Here is the reason why I had to remain in this hospital. Excuse me. Ayase picked up Yua's fallen glasses, knelt in front of Yua, who had sunk down there dazedly, and looked into her face. Her thin fingers gently brushed Yua's hair back and softly placed the glasses on her. So you too were one of the Black Knights of Gladiol. And she gave her an ephemeral smile. Well, we have another sword user. Okay. And it seems like the people out there with the rucksacks are really like before they were just like, well, I'm in a crowd and there's people around me. Cool. This was like, you're gonna jump. You're gonna do. We're taking it down. Like this was active malice. This wasn't just like a, if somebody's around, like they'll get this weird brain fuzz. But like, this was him actively like, gonna kill you now. Speaking of, would you kill me? Nanami's face stiffened at my words, but she soon put on a forced smile. Bro, cut out the silly jokes. That reaction wasn't like Nanami. Normally, rather than laughing and letting it slide, there was no doubt that she'd get pissed off and preach at me. Don't say that kind of thing, moron. Well, it wasn't like I cared. So was everybody just seeing dudes with rucksacks about? Like, masquerading as others? It didn't matter. If she wouldn't kill me, I no longer had any business with this Nanami. I wouldn't mind if she vanished right away. Sierra-tan and I gazed at each other. If Sierra-tan were three-dimensional, she would surely be delighted to grant my wish. If I were going to be born as a delusionary existence anyway, I'd have wanted to be born in the second dimension. Hey, joking aside, I have something to tell you. See, I lost the bangle I got from you. Don't tell me I probably didn't take good care of it anyways, or something. I wouldn't do that kind of thing. I really treasured it. But I don't know where I lost it. She treasured such a thing? How comical. From my perspective, there had to be a limit to how comical she could get. When it got down to it, it was something I'd given her. That sort of thing had no value. I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion. For starters, there was reason to suspect whether or not I'd given Nanami the bracelet in the first place. Even that event may have been imaginary. Therefore, nothing in this world had any value. Nothing appearing in my memories had any value. Even though it was the first present you ever gave me, why'd I have to lose it? He's, very broken. Very broken. Bro, you listening? No, he's clearly not. Bro, why are you always like that? Always? I don't know. Head lowered, fists clenched, Nanami muttered. Once in a while, show me some brotherly part of you. Something worth relying on. What, you've come barking up the wrong tree if you're going to accuse me, because I'm a delusionary existence. All I stared at was Sierra-tan's smile. There was no need to hear out what Nanami had to say, no point in listening, because I am a delusionary existence. The whole time up till now, I thought I had to be dependable and I tried my best. But in the end, even I want someone to pamper me every so often. No, not just anyone. I want you to pamper me. Because you're my bro. Even I think about wanting to lean on my brother, you know? Well, I guess you hate how I'm always telling you to do this and that, but I can't help it because you're so sloppy. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. There are times when even I want you to listen to me whining and complaining, or times when I want to cry, you know? There are times when I want to be you to be nice to me, you know? Hey, bro, listen to what I have to say. Right now, I'm really sad, you know? I lost my precious bangle, which I got from you. I'm so sad and it hurts so much. I want to burst out crying. And though I'd like you to hug me, and though I'd like you to pat me on the head and comfort me, hey, bro, just for today, let me have my way. I absent-mindedly raised my face. Nanami was crying. Even while she hung her head and fought to withstand it, tears kept falling from her bitterly. Happy times for every person here. Upon opening the glass door and entering a place resembling a lobby, Shikihara Rimi shuddered. Air that seemed cold enough to freeze her came crawling up her legs. She sensed no one nearby, which was natural enough considering what kind of place this was. But when she thought about what waited ahead for her, Remy ended up wanting someone to be here. Funny you should mention that. There's a dead body on the roof, somebody who shot the dead body on the roof, somebody who just awakened her D-sword on the roof, and somebody who just slapped you a few hours ago on the roof. There's people here. Immediately in front of her was a soundproof door, the kind found in movie theaters. Coldness came floating from the crack beneath it, along with a white mist akin to dry ice, or maybe you're in a different place, but I'm assuming she's somewhere in the hospital. Everybody's going to the hospital. Remy bit her lip hard. She held her D-swords with both hands. She already real booted it.
だから大丈夫。
So it's going to be okay.
だから。
So you
怖がっちゃダ
mustn't
メ
be
だ。
afraid. Desperately telling herself this, Remy gulped in a breath, then pushed the soundproof door open with her shoulder. Remy's eyes widened at the spectacle spreading out there. All too colossal, a device that brought monsters to mind. It was ensconced in the center of a dome-shaped room. An eerie noise resounded faintly through the room's spacious interior. It was a low, a sound like a beast growling, a sound signifying that the device was in operation. Noah, too. It's already running.
君のおかげです。
Thanks to you. A voice responded to the antipathy in Remy's monologue. The instant that voice reached her ears, Remy felt her soul quake.
崎畑リミ。
Sakihata Remy. It's been a year and a half, hasn't it? Remy's instincts harbored terror. Trembling surged up from the depths of her heart. Hateful memories assaulted her. Her shadowed past seemed about to resurrect itself. Shaking her head lightly and clenching her D-sword harder to endure it, Remy swept her gaze towards the direction where the voice had come from. A vast apparatus, Noah 2. Besides it, the figure of a tall, suit-clad man and...
ナナちゃん。
Oh, Nana's not having a good day. Nishijo Nanami was being held captive there. Her torn uniform, the blood-soaked bandage on her right wrist, her limply hanging head, her horribly pallid complexion. She made such a pitiful sight, Remy lost all words. So yeah, the one with Takumi right now is clearly not the real her, which he already kind of knows. He may be a terrible human being and a terrible brother, but even he's like, that's not her. I know my sister. And he's a terrible person. Like the crucified Jesus of Nazareth. No, that which captured Nanami wasn't something one could call a cross. It's a long way off, with so much malice filling its shape. All the evil in this world, all the chaos in this world, all the corruption in this world. It wouldn't have been an exaggeration to say that it represented all of them in a tangible form.
君がこの1年半
I'm not interested in what you were doing or where you did it over this past year and a half,
困りますね。
but it will be troublesome if you get in the way overmuch. That man, Norase Genichi, had a placid manner of speaking, but his voice encompassed a blade-like sharpness. Frantically keeping herself from sinking down on the spot, Remy
ナ
glared
ナ
at
ちゃん
him.
を離して。
Let Nana-chan go.
ほ
Oh, don't tell me you came here for the sake of saving your friend. Let Nana-chan go. There's nothing to do
う
with
で
it.
は
Then how about discussing that
直接話してみては
with her
どうで
in
すか？
person? Norase's suggestion confused Remy. She was bluffing now, but the instant she saw Norase's face, her heart had awoken to fear, and her legs had begun quivering. Incapable of moving, she called out to Nanami, pinned up
ナナちゃ
there.
ん。
Nana-chan? Nanami's head twitched. Slitting open her closed eyes, she raised her face and caught Remy in her empty sight.
大丈
You
夫。
alright? I'm coming to rescue you now,
助けてあ
so...
げるから。
Midway through Remy's sentence, Nanami's face contorted in anguish. She went white and took ragged breaths.
痛いよ。
Yeah, it looks like it hurts, to be fair.
手が。
My right hand, it hurts. Yeah, I'm sure that does too. With a slither, Nanami's body slipped down from the cross.
ナナちゃん。ねえ。リミさん。
Hunting horn, that'll learn him. Yeah, you know. Well, I mean, she's basically got dual blades, so that's something. Hey, Remy-san. Lying down, lifting only her head, Nanami made her gaze drift about, as if she were searching for something.
ナナの
Do you know where my bangle is?
見つからなくて
Can't find
ナ
it.
ナのバングル
My bangle isn't anywhere.
なくて
Staggering upright. This time she begins feeling around the area with her left hand.
バングル
Bangle? Your bangle, right?
バングルだね
Gotcha. I know where it is, so let's leave here together, okay? Let's go to the hospital, okay? My hand hurts. Why do I know about you, Remy-san? Have we met somewhere before? Remy-san. Remy-san, right? Remy-san, you have my bangle. No way, why?
どうして
You're so horrible.
ひどいよ
Realizing something was odd about Nanami, Remy swiftly looked over at Norase. He was silently watching Remy and Nanami's exchange, a mocking smile on his lips. What are you showing,
何を
Nana-chan?
見せてるの
Nanami's gaze was fixed on Remy. She stood all the way up, slowly shaking like a newborn fawn, and extended her right hand as though to offer her upturned palm in Remy's direction. A blood-stained bandage, it almost looked as if her hand were connected. But one scarlet droplet after another dripped and fell from it without stopping. A puddle of blood was forming at Nanami's feet. She needed treatment quickly. On the reverse side of her sense of urgency, Remy wasn't able to draw any closer, because approaching Nanami also meant approaching that man. Frustrated her so much, she found herself on the verge of weeping. Every game has that man, clearly. Remy-san, you have it.
ナナちゃん帰ろう
Nana-chan, let's go. Come over here.
どうして持ってったの
Why did you take it?
返して
Give it back. Give Nana's bangle back.
落ち着いてナナちゃん
Calm down,
もうい
Nana-chan.
いから
My treasure. Bro gave it to me. I don't want to hand it over to anyone.
返して
Give it back. Give it back.
ナナちゃん
Everybody's seeing things now. Cool, the device is active. Give it back! Together with her cry of lamentation, one of the drops of blood spilling from Nanami's wrist rapidly crystallized before falling to the floor. The drop at its core, a material like some kind of mineral came flying out of nothingness, almost as though an inorganic carapace was ripping through a rift in space. In the blink of an eye, it came together to form a single shape. One far more reminiscent of a cross than the thing that had previously held Nanami, or else standing perpendicularly as though to reject everything before it. A sword. This is a D-sword, and everybody gets a D-sword except Takumi. Yeah, what a picture.
返してよ
Give it back, please. Nanami held that sword to her chest as though embracing it. Her tears overflowed in sorrow, falling towards it. The D-sword blinked a brilliant red as if it were her pulse. If you don't, Remy-san, I won't forgive you.
ナ
Excuse
ナ
me.
ちゃんも
No, Nana-chan was a gigglomaniac too. Everybody was.
今日だけは
Yeah, so this is clearly just this is just another just large man in a rucksack just sitting there, like, and he's just hearing whatever. Some good times, yeah. Nanami was crying. Even while she hung her head and fought to withstand it, tears kept falling from her bitterly. I took a single glance at her, then soon returned my line of sight to the ceiling, resuming the task of counting up the rusty
これ
spots.
だって
Whether or not you cry at me, I can't do anything. Because I'm a delusionary existence. Illusionary.
そんなこと言わ
Don't say that kind of thing. Yeah, no, it's not subtle. He's straight up just some of these, like, you've got straight up Nendos, you got straight up fake characters. It's not subtle. Don't say that kind of thing.
お兄がもう
You can't be a delusion, because I know you. I knew you when you were little.
ナナに
I always had to take care of you, and you weren't even a tiny bit dependable, but you were always together with me since a long time ago. See, it was as Nanami said. Remember the time when Nanami was still small. I had memories of my childhood. I remembered being unable to go on a field trip in elementary school and watching stuff on TV about the accident my classmate's bus had gotten into. I remembered Mr. Saito, my homeroom teacher, who had died then too. The words of Remy, somebody totally unrelated to me, or the words of my sister, who had been raised with me since we were little. Wasn't it beyond obvious which I ought to believe in? Remy wasn't the one on the right. Nanami was the one on the right. And I like how he just straight ignores her and doesn't even have any emotional feeling towards her whatsoever. He's like, she supports my worldview with the words she's saying. Suddenly she's important. If Nanami were the real thing, then so was I. Yeah, if. I extended my hands towards Nanami. Nanami's existence was now my sole hope. Hers was the only existence that could deliver me. Save me, Nanami. Bro. If Nanami's warmth were real, I could prove I was myself. The forlornly weeping Nanami wiped her tears, looked at me with reddened eyes, put on a tearful smile. You'll hold me? I nodded, over and over. If it would bring Nanami salvation, if it would bring me salvation. Again, he doesn't care about Nanami's salvation. Absolutely cares only for his own, even in all of this. I would embrace this cheeky little sister of mine happily any time. I would embrace her, the only one in this world, my sister who shared the same blood as me. Nanami, save me. Again, only thinks of himself, to the very end. Wanting to feel her warmth as soon as possible, I slowly circled my arms around the body that came leaping towards my chest. Tighter, tighter. I was about to hold her. Oh, just before then. And Takumi breaks even more. Nanami's body became enveloped in pale light, broke down into an infinite number of tiny particles, and the particles burst in the air one after another, like bubbles. And my outstretched hands embraced nothing. There was no warmth against my chest. Before my eyes, Nanami was annihilated. Yeah, bad time to be... Well, the entire time's a bad time to be Takumi, but this more than most. Actual important plot stuff is happening, and Takumi's just in his room like, man, this sucks. I don't like this. Somebody said things I don't like. Huh. Whereas, like, people are dying out here. Nishijo Nanami held tight the D-sword born from her own blood, using her left hand alone. She only laid her right wrist against it. The blood dripping from the bandage on her wrist slid slowly down the gutter formed by her sword. It hurts. Did you know Nana-chan was a gigalomaniac? His question was aimed at Norase, who feigned being a mere bystander. Yeah, I kind of just assumed after all this time, like, yeah, no, that didn't happen. That was just a delusion of his. It's like, nope. Nope, that happened. That happened. Really happened. No matter how much she glared at him, his face remained cool. You might call it a boon of happenstance. Even though you've done such horrible things to Nana-chan, what do you mean happenstance? She didn't put me through nearly as much hardship as you did, as our company has long since established a manual of the procedures needed for awakening those like you. But then, when it comes to Nishijo Takumi alone, that manual doesn't hold valid either. It's nothing more difficult than the handling of an irregular monster. Don't call him a monster, because you are a monster as well. You didn't say anything like that. I should have phrased it as, because you are one born from nothingness. Rumi averted her eyes and bit her lip in vexation. Her trembling still wouldn't stop. In spite of her thinking she had to save Nanami, her feet remained rooted to the floor and wouldn't move for her. Norase, on the other hand, was the very picture of calm as he appreciatively caressed Nanami on the head. Oh, creepy. Nanami hadn't shown any reaction. Face lowered, she repeated her shallow breaths. Spotlight illuminating a single point in the middle of darkness. An infinite number of corpses must be lying around it, but no one can see them, you yourself included. Stop that sort of talk. For instance, if you commit suicide, the spotlight would shift a few dozen centimeters to the side and you would be covered in darkness. And somebody who knew nothing would bathe in the spotlight instead. Stop it. At Rumi's sharp voice, Norase shrugged his shoulders and held his place. It hurts. I want you to release Nana-chan. I seem to recall removing her restraints. I'm going to take her and leave. Do as you please. I'm already through with her. Nana-chan, let's go home, okay? Make that sword go away. Give me back my bangle. I'll give it back, so... Rumi knew where Nanami's hand was in safekeeping. That day, The night Nanami's hand had been delivered to Takumi's room. After Takumi trembled in humiliation atop the roof of O-Front and collapsed there, Remy had retrieved the hand from inside his fridge. Now, Shogun had it. He had preserved it, freezing it so it wouldn't rot. The bangle, too, was there.
いいからもらったの
Oh, gave it to
ナナ
me.
だよ
It's Nana's bangle.
勝手に持ってい
It's so mean of you to take it away on your own.
ひどいよ
Nanami's voice, whose words that also sounded like those uttered in delirium, grew more and more savage.
落ち着いて深呼吸して
Calm down. Take
自
deep
分をしっか
breaths.
り持って
Get a firm hold of yourself. Maybe also let's get you some medical
一つ聞き
treatment.
ますが
A question for you. Or say, abruptly interjected. Remy inwardly clicked her tongue.
西条匠にと
Between
っ
the
て
two of
は
you, on whose existence does Nishijo Takumi place a higher priority? Depends on how he's feeling at any given moment, but it's going to be Remy. It's going to be Remy. Except now she's said mean things to him. But he also didn't care when his sister literally showed up at his door, so I don't think he gives a flying fudge about either. Remy lowered her eyes.
リミさんなんか
Someone like you, Remy-san. In opposition, Nanami raised her gaze. Light had returned to her once empty eyes. It was so fiery as to be described as a deviant. As Remy hastily tried to brace herself, her body shrank back at the sudden arrival of darkness. It was as though the lights had been cut. Remy didn't know whether it was something done deliberately or an accident.
ダメ
You can't lose, Remy murmured as if encouraging herself. Her voice made the air tremble, but it soon melted into the darkness. She noticed she had stopped hearing that growling sound from Noah too. She hated the dark, because it made her recollect memories of that time. Remy turned her head. What spread out before her was an endlessly deep darkness. Not a single thing one might call light existed here. Could she see nothing because her surroundings were dark? Or was she not seeing anything because her vision wasn't working? Excuse me again. She lost even her sense of up and down. She no longer had understood where she was. Darkness invaded her five senses, and she lost her ability to distinguish her own physical body. Or else, it was as though her flesh had transfigured into vapor. As though her consciousness were spilling out of its vessel. The past and the present melted together, and her memories began intermingling. When was now? When was the past? A single beam of light shone onto a world covered in a perfect blackness. In the center of that circular spotlight, Remy hugged her knees. Remy looked up from the midst of the darkness. It's the same as that time. Remy had possessed nothing. Before she knew it, she was being confined and tortured. The psychological agony was worse than the physical agony. Hellish days of only enduring it. Remy knew nothing of who she had been before then. When and how had they imprisoned her? How long had they been torturing her? Remy didn't know. She had a feeling that it wasn't amnesia. She felt as though, the instant she unexpectedly awoke, the consciousness known as herself had been born. Maybe the personality that had resided in this body until then had waited to escape the overwhelming hardship and had committed suicide inside her own delusions. And maybe the current Remy had been born as a new personality? Maybe there had been many different personalities before her. Maybe even the name Sakihata Remy was in truth something different each time. To myself, I don't exist. She sensed something moving in the darkness. Remy stood up and dragged herself towards its presence. When she moved, the spotlight followed her. The real identity of that presence was a dead Remy, lying down there. Without looking at Remy, Remy
あ
murmured,
なたは
"Which number are you?"
私は
I am... bad times there too. Bad times for everyone. Everyone has bad times. There's no good times. Remy's eyeballs twitched wildly. Tears overflowed incessantly from the corners of her eyes. Her D-sword slipped and fell from her hands. Remy sank down in place with a thump. Like a child, covering her face with her hands, feebly shaking her head. Sorry. Didn't last. Nanami watched her expressionlessly. Norase snorted as though it bored him. Good times. Everyone's happy. Everyone's happy. And definitely not in mortal peril, or peril of bleeding out, or gunshot wounds, or anything. No. Nanami had disappeared without a trace. She dissolved into bubbles before my eyes. She hadn't existed as anything of substance. Nanami, where are you? Come on out. Again, only because it serves you, but you know. You must be there, pulling my leg again, huh? You're hiding. Quit it. Tears made my sight go fuzzy. No matter how I wiped them, they kept welling up. Droplets. But even this heat, and even the emotions making me weep, were delusions, because I myself was a delusion. Nanami had been a delusion. I'd been an idiot for expecting something of her, even for a second. My hope had been rapidly shattered. Hey, when will I wake up from this delusion? Hurry, wake up! I myself didn't really know who I was talking to, but in any case, I wanted someone to listen to me. I didn't care who. When I wake up from this delusion, it'll turn out that I'm really a total stud. Of course I am, with a sensible little sister and a gentle big sister. Going out with my cute girlfriend. And she won't be a batshit crazy chick like Remy or Senna. She'll be a good girl like Sierra-tan. You are a delusionary existence. Crawling on the floor on my hands and knees, I buried my head in a mountain of garbage and clutched at Sierra-tan. I punched the floor, frantically trying to avert my eyes from reality, but I couldn't do it. Remy's words repeated themselves mercilessly inside my head. Want to die. Why won't anyone kill me? Hey, Sierra-tan, kill me. You want to die that badly? I want to die. I can't take this anymore. I can't stand my own existence. I don't want to think about anything. I don't want to go on living. Poor little Taki. Then I'll tell you a way you can get yourself killed real soon. Just as expected from a wife of mine, Sierra-tan always showed me tireless devotion. For the time being, head on outside. Outside? Isn't she always telling him don't go outside and talk to people? Maybe it's not even the real Sierra-tan. The real. Standing up as she told me, I left my base, all the while catching my feet in pieces of trash and almost tripping multiple times. I harbored no doubts about doing so. Sierra-tan was the only one who would never betray me. Because she was my bride, because she wasn't a 3D girl. When I came outside, a strange noise struck my ears. This sound. I felt like I'd heard it somewhere before. Follow this sound. If I follow it, will someone kill me? Yeah, pretty much. Wonder if they'll kill me gently. Beggars can't be choosers. I guarantee it. That's great. I can finally die. The sound was my messiah, this key to my salvation, inviting me towards a more restful land. Holding Sierra-tan, I began walking in the direction the noise was coming from. The sound drew nearer and further, over and over, almost as if it were leading the way for me. When I seemed about to catch up, it would rapidly go far away. When I seemed about to lose track of where it was coming from, it would approach me and wait for me. Like it had a will of its own. A sound with its own will. It was an evocation of Shogun, and his face flickered at the back of my brain, but I soon stopped caring either way. He's like, I'm done with everything. Everything's awful. I just want the sweet release of death. And even in the back of his mind, he's like, this is the plan of Shogun. Shogun's making this sound to conspire against you. It's like, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure this is not bad. Whether or not it was him, I didn't mind who it turned out to be, so long as they were going to kill me. I also stopped thinking about what the sound's true form might be. I was going to die in a little while anyway, and I was delusionary. I was a delusionary existence, so there was no meaning in my pondering it. Making the insides of my head a white blank, I all but unconsciously reeled my way after the sound, like a moth swarming in the direction of light. And the area around me grew boisterous. I began losing track of the sound. Clicking my tongue, I was about to look for the source of this racket when... a start. Oh. Huh. We have a choice. Well, I guess we ended up where Grimm wanted us to be too. I think everybody wants us to be here. This is the place we were meant to be. Do we green it or do we red it? So we are now apparently the celebrity everyone's taking pictures of. What do we hit this one with? Honestly, it's been a fairly green night. It's gone... I don't know if well's the word I'm looking for, but it's gone. So sure, we'll keep it up. In fact, actually read it. At some point I had ended up standing in the pedestrian scramble. I realized the tumult came from the astoundingly huge crowd of people flooding the intersection. They were pretty much packed together like sardines. Everyone was pushing and shoving, like on the morning train to work. There was an even greater number of people than at the time of my live broadcast from atop Oakfront. Come to think of it, Grim had posted about it in our chat, that there'd be a major party at the Scramble Crossing tonight. Green we got. Sierra, what's going on? I only have nasty memories of this place. Why did you take me here?
リベンジ
Revenge, baby! Besides, where's the person who's supposed to kill me?
目の前にいる
Right in front of your eyes. In front of my eyes. A stunningly large crowd. On this chilly autumn night. What kind of party would be held by a gathering of people so massive they had no room to breathe? Everyone was paying attention to me. I braced myself, thinking they were going to denigrate me, sneer at me, and expose me to humiliation again, like they had before. The trauma from back then made my knees go weak. But keep it up.
応援してるね
We're rooting for you. Do your best, Nishijo-kun. Go out with a bang.
勇気があるわね
You're so brave for your age. We won't forget you.
最後まで見守っててやるぞ
We'll watch over you to the very
ど
end.
こを見せてくれ
So show us what a man you are. The spectators' reactions were utterly different from last time. Everyone spoke to me kindly and encouragingly, which was why I blinked countless times, feeling like I'd gotten taken in by some kind of trickster spirit. They were going to cheer me on.
そのための
That's what the fiesta's for.
みんなさ
Everyone was waiting for you, Taki.
んよ
Before me was a pathway created by people lining up on either side. They went so far as to create an overhead arch with their hands and were waiting for me to pass through. It was practically like an elementary school graduation ceremony. He is a small child, after all. The path led up to the entrance to Oakfront. I timidly began advancing down it. The words they tossed at me grew warmer still. Furthermore, when I set foot inside Oakfront, even the store clerks from Tetsuya and Sutaba welcomed me with applause. Bravery rose steadily within me, bravery in the face of death. The roof of Oakfront was as dim as ever. I sucked in a breath. The bitter experiences I'd been through the last time I came here revived in me, making me briefly hesitant to keep going forward. Even though I'd mustered my courage and everything, I became aware of my own never-ending
きっと戻っ
uselessness.
てくると
I had faith that you would surely return. The sound of a wheelchair's wheels creaking. Along with it, in the same way as before, Shogun showed himself. He was wearing a Darth Spider helmet today as well. On top of that, Shogun wasn't the only one here.
よくもう一度挑戦する気になった
Well done finding it in yourself to meet another challenge. Takumi-san, you're so amazing.
西条くんのおかげ
I
で
owe it all to you,
私も勇気を
Nishicho-kun.
もら
You
いま
gave
した
me courage.
君はとても
You are
崇高だ
sublime indeed, Takumi. Congratulations, Shinji. Congratulations. Sena, Kozupi, Yua, and Ayase. They all stood in a row and smiled
一
at
緒
me.
に飛ぶわ
We'll fly together with you. So there's nothing to be scared of. Kozupi and Ayase each took hold of one of my hands. Nor was it only those two. Sena and Yua were part of it too. The five of us had joined hands. Was this a reenactment of the group diving? The mass of people who had been watching us protectively from below, with bated breath, burst into simultaneous applause, as though to bless us, as though to praise us. Farewell.
君のことを
I shan't forget you.
忘れない
Shogun waved his thin hand. Kozupi and Ayase pulled me along, as though they were frolicking, as though they were dancing, while smiling tenderly. As a result, I didn't feel even the tiniest scrap of fear. Without any difficulty, I was able to send myself dancing smoothly out into empty air. I thought about how nice it would be if I could die like that, pleasantly. When he got down to it, that too was a delusion. A pathway of lined-up people had certainly opened its wall before me, as though to guide me forward. No one was making an arch with their hands. No, nobody was. Everyone was watching me, but their eyes were cold and sharp. The emotion they flung at me bordered on the urge to kill. Everyone was savage. No one had been awaiting me. They didn't bless me. Today, I couldn't see a speck of the mirth they'd shown before when I shamed myself at Ophront. Apparently, they wouldn't let me die pleasantly. Well, that's just how things are, I thought. But I was okay with it, as long as they were going to kill me. I smirked and began advancing down the path made by the parting of the crowd. When I looked up, all 4 of the massive jumbotrons depicted me walking through the crowd. This too was surely being broadcast nationwide. If the viewer ratings were 40%, it meant I would die with about 48 million people watching over me. The death of me, a mere delusionary existence. The death of me, one who had 0 value. You guys want to see it? How simplistic of you. But I didn't especially mind. If you're going to kill me, then watch as much as you like. I stood before the firing line of cameras and microphones. The flashes went off all at once. Dazzling light blinded at me. Narrowing my eyes, I tolerated the brilliance of it all. The first to speak was an aging reporter I'd seen on TV news shows and stuff. Nishijo-kun, what kind of performance will you show us this time? On a side note, the truth is, some say the suspected arrested this afternoon for the staking case was actually nothing more than the direct perpetrator, and that someone else has been controlling everything from the shadows. What do you think? Why was this old fogey acting so over-friendly with me? Anyway, what do you think supposed to mean? Was he seeking my opinion? Well, stuff like the kind of comments you usually saw coming from professors of criminal psychology are always the same standard stuff. No interesting content to speak of, so sure, an amateur like me could probably fill their shoes. Even in his dying moments, he's like, professors aren't really smart, they just ask smart-sounding questions. I could sound smart. I watched Rick and Morty all the way through and understand all the references. I'm clearly smart. I could be a college professor. Yeah. That said, I don't care about such things now. I'd lost all interest in Eugen. I'd come here in order to get someone to kill me, and not to answer the media's questions. Nor did I have the energy to answer them. Also, Nishijo-kun, let me ask you straight out. The figure regarded as being the true criminal, commonly known as whose eyes are those eyes. There are rumors that it just might be you. Maybe. My mutter passed through the Jumbotron speakers and was transmitted all through Shibuya. An uproar broke out. The agitation of the people gathered here made the air accelerate faster and faster towards becoming something brutal. I don't care. Hurry up and kill me. I want to hurry up and be at ease. Don't make me do anything aggravating. Though that was what I wished for, several more mics pressed in on me. With such force behind them that they were practically being pushed against my mouth. As if the floodgates had broken, the other reporters began hurling questions at me. May we take this as acknowledgement of the fact that you're connected to the cases? Have you ever found yourself unable to distinguish between reality and games? Him? No. Tell us about the relationship between you and Komaeda, the suspect under detainment. Could it be that you felt like you were playing a game as you committed murder? In a certain sense, I'm much like a game character. Somebody reset me. Get me to game over. Be quick about it. Hurry. Kill me. At my words, the mass of people whose tension had reached its zenith erupted. Die! You aren't human! You brute! I'll kill you! Go to hell! Execute him! Beat him to death! Murderer! Waves of people flooded in. I was swallowed up by their undulations. Bellows and screams intersected. They shoved me, crushed me, jostled me. With people pushing at me from every direction, my body went buoyant. The soles of my feet separated from the earth. No matter how I struggled, nothing came of it. They hit me in the head, socked me in the arm. But it wasn't enough pain to make me think I would die from it. I didn't fight back against my difficulty breathing, which threatened to suffocate me either. When I gave my body over to this chaotic situation, the pressure on me abruptly went away. I toppled down in place. Kiratan spilled out of my hand. She went rolling atop the asphalt. Numerous legs sprouted there, as close as the trees in a forest, writhing, and my wife rolled into the gap between them. No matter how desperately I stretched out my hand, I couldn't reach her. The countenance that had borne such a dazzling smile, the smile that had healed me, someone's leather shoe trod on it. Taki, it hurts! Help me, Taki! It continued further as someone kicked her body and she tumbled in a woman's red high heel, stepped on her torso with a crunch, crushing it. Taki, you dumb...
Sarah.
Sarah? I called to her, but no answer returned. My sole ally was gone. My chest seemed about to cave in with sorrow. With this, any meaning there had been in my life, this world had completely vanished. When I looked up, even the night sky was blocked from my view by the wall of people surrounding me. No one noticed that I was crouching here. Even though I'm here, even though I'm asking you to please kill me, why does everyone ignore me? Honestly, yeah, like, so much stuff's happening, like, we have to be, but I wouldn't be surprised if, like, we have to pick certain decisions to, like, get a true end or something, but I don't know, I didn't look up anything. We'll see. Without warning, I felt it at the back of my neck. Kind of prickle. The sensation of God's gaze. Ew. The voice
ここで
resonated.
死んじゃダメだ。
Mustn't die here. Inside my head, drank in a
理
breath.
想度を手に
Pain
入れて。
your D-sword. And bit my back molars together tightly. Shogun! I looked for that wheelchair among the tightly packed herd of legs. I looked for the bastard dressed up as Darth Spider. Are you the host of this festival after all? Are you going to put on some stupid costume and threaten me again? Are you trying to reenact the same thing as before? Death is what I desire. No way do I want to be made into a living
あ
exhibition.
の時の自称将軍は
The self-proclaimed shogun from back then wasn't me.
コ
I
スプレ
don't do
はしない。
cosplay. That's exactly what I don't give a crap about. Whatever, just kill me. Get to
あ
it
いつらが
faster.
動き出している
On
こ
the
の場
move.
は
This place will become even more chaotic than it is now. They,
全ての黒
the
幕
ones manipulating everything from
この
behind
混
the
乱を引き
scenes.
起こした者たち
Those who brought about this
混乱を
disorder.
利用して
Those who use disorder as a means to advance their own interest. Correct, yeah.
彼らを止められるのは
Like, my goal is always go through as I would normally go through, and then get the true ending, if it's different from what I do, which it usually would be. The only one who can stop them is you. I pushed myself up. Angry shouts went on spiraling about above my head. No one gave me a second glance. The spectators and the media were jumbled together, grabbing at each other, slandering each other, punching each other. Why were these
沈黙
people...
の兵器
silent
ノア2は
weapon.
すでに稼働してる
Noah 2 has already been
この混
activated.
乱が起とされた一
The
番の
number
目
one
的は
aim behind the scheme of this
無
disorder
差別
is
身体実験
indiscriminate human experiment. Something hard struck me on the head. Acute pain shot through me, enough to make me think my skull would break. Unable to withstand it, I cradled my head. When I looked over, teary-eyed, a stone about the size of a fist had fallen nearby. A little bit of blood clung to it. The stone, which someone had hurled at me, seemed to have landed a direct hit. Alright, Nanami was the best character in this game, and now it's whoever threw that stone at Takumi. Best character. Splitting pain. When I put my hand to it, my fingers touched something damp. There was blood stuck to my fingertips. My blood. And guns. From far away came a dry, explosive sound, followed by a woman's shrill voice. A gunshot? Had been someone with a gun here? Why was everyone so worked up? Why was everyone picking fights with people who had nothing to do with them? Why were things becoming so chaotic? The scapegoat, the living sacrifice everyone had been waiting for, wasn't it me?
渋谷の GE レート
Shibuya's GE rate. People's biorhythms are ascending at an unbelievable pace. Didn't I tell you, it's an indiscriminate human experiment.
この場にいる人たち
The
は
people here are currently on the receiving end of an invisible attack. I heard that sound, like something creaking, like something rusty. Like a feeble, halting sigh of a dying woman. The sound of the wheels on this wheelchair. There's so many people here. Chaotically swelling walls of people. Despite that, Shogun continued straight toward me in his wheelchair, without bumping into anyone, without getting tangled up with anyone. A very small, emaciated body, covered in wrinkles and so feeble it seemed as if it would break if you touched him. His eyes were a cloudy white. I couldn't tell what he was looking at or what he could see. Excuse me. I couldn't take my eyes away from him. The clamor around us suddenly died into that distance.
ずっと君を見
He's
ていた。
always watching you. The same voice as the first time we met. Not a weird voice like the one I'd heard at O-Front.
君は
Who are
誰？
you?
僕は
I am you.
君だよ。
Those three words enlightened me.
僕を妄
The one
想
who
して
created me
生
by
み
having
出した
delusions.
神の自然
The
の
person
正
behind
体が
God's
君だっ
gaze.
たんだ
They were
ね
you, weren't they? Yeah. He was my creator. He was the existence who had imagined me into being. And to me, someone I could never measure up
君の
to.
名前は
What's your name?
西条拓海。
Nishido Takumi. Yeah, shocking, I know. Also one second. The real me. The original me.
君は
How old are you?
君と同い年だ
The
よ。
same age as you, going by your setting. No, but every time he has a delusion, it slowly saps the life. 17? Yet he was so small and so wrinkled. At this rate, the
世界が
world will
死んじゃう
die.
ノア2に。
All manner of people will have their hearts controlled by Noah too.
だから
That was why I entrusted it to you. Wow. You gotta be really dumb to entrust anything other than collecting waifus, I guess, to Takumi. But sure, entrusted what?
意味がわかんない
I
よ
don't get what you're saying. That sort of thing,
そ
it
んな
has nothing to do with
の
me.
頼むよ
Please erase me. I want you to erase me right away.
今
Shogun's wrinkles shifted.
してほしい
Sounded like he was making a different expression, but it only looked as though his wrinkles were moving.
全部僕のせいなんだ。
All my
僕
fault.
が
Because I envisioned
IR2
IR2.
なんとか止めようと
I
して
tried to stop them somehow, but because I'm in this body, I can't move to my
動き風
satisfaction.
で
And so I brought you into
君を生み出した
being. Have you
止め
stop
て
them
もらう
for
ため
me?
に
そんなの知らない
I don't know anything about that stuff. I might be a copy of you, but I don't want to do it.
コピーだけが苦しまな
And to
くちゃい
suffer
けない
even though I'm just a copy. I don't want
死
that.
なせてよ
Let me
君
die.
はコピーじゃない。
You aren't a copy of me. You're my other self.
つまりコピーじゃない
In other words, doesn't that make me a
し
copy?
てることは
What you're
すごく
doing is
残
incredibly cruel. I'm sorry for it,
でも
but there was no other way.
今世界の命
It
運は
would be an it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the fate of the world now hinges on you. World is doomed. We're all doomed. We're all gonna die.
そ
So,
んなの
something like
そ
that.
んなのリミ
Can't you
に
just
頼
ask
めばいい
Remy to
じゃ
do
な
it
い
for you?
知り合いなんでしょ
You're acquaintances, aren't you? Acquaintances. I phrased it in such a way deliberately. I didn't want to think that maybe they were a couple or close friends. And now, of all times, I noticed my own feelings. I was jealous of my original, despite being a delusionary existence. How hideous, how unsightly. Talk about not knowing my place. My own emotions sickened me. I felt more and more pent up. I want to
リミ
die.
は
Remy went to
Nana
rescue
no
Nanami,
Sasuke.
and conversely, she became
Yeah.
captured.
リミはね
You see,
僕
Remy
を
was
救お
trying
う
to
として
save
くれてい
me.
たその理由は
The reason
君も
why,
知っている
you
よね
know it as well, don't you?
あれは
Is this the sky?
の空は
Sky.
どうして
Why is it so blue that it makes me want to
そ
cry?
れを望んだから
Because someone wished it so. Not
僕が
me.
望んだんだ
I wished for it.
君の
Because
心
this
象世界
place is
で
your
あると同
imagined
時に
world, and at the same time,
僕
it's
の
also
心象世
mine.
界でもあるから
Remy turned my way. She looked at me dubiously.
誰
Who are you? There shouldn't be anyone here besides me. Are you a separate
違
me?
うよ
No.
だったら
Then who are you? How did you come
私
here?
の心の中だよ
This is inside my heart, you know. There was never anything more than darkness. The only light was the spotlight on me. Yet the moment you came here, the darkness went away, and the sky was
妄
born.
想がシンクロしたんだ
Delusions synchronized because your power was so very strong. I see. Rumi looked back at the sky, a clear azure sky.
私
I've never seen the real sky.
私っていう人格
When
が
the personality that is me was born, I was already shut up in a
もう
dark room.
心の中も
Both inside my heart and outside it, there was nothing but darkness.
闇しかなかったそこからは
They'll never let me out.
私
I tried to die just now, to make my heart kill itself. I think every other me up until now did the same thing. But since you've gone so far as to bring the sky to me, would it be okay if I carved the scene into my memory so the next me can imagine the same thing? Do you want to die? Yeah.
本当の空を
Don't you think you'd like to see the real sky? Say, is there really a sky out there? It's there.
現実の空
But the real sky is much more dirty than this one. Where is it? Where is that
君が望め
sky?
ば
Anywhere you wish it to be. Okay to
も
wish?
ちろんだよ
Of course. How do I wish for
光は
it?
電磁場の波
Light is made up of waves in an electromagnetic field.
色として捉える
Human sight detects its oscillations as
自分の
color.
デッドスポットに
Try
望み
applying the color you desire to your own dead spots. If you
君
do,
の望む世界の色を
you can create the color of the world you desire. The world will
君の
respond
望
to
み
your
を叶えてくれ
wishes.
るよ
Several days, or else several months after that encounter, Remy came to my hospital room. We were fellow patients staying at the same hospital. Fellow bearers of the power belonging to gigolomaniacs, which transcended human understanding, and which left us unsure of whether to take pride in it or detest it.
お兄、お客さん
Bro,
だよ。
you have a visitor.
ねえねえ
Hey, who is she? Your girlfriend? When did you meet? Well, we had delusions about each other. That's how we met. Way to go, bro.
また
We meet again.
会えたね。
She was very worn down. Her skin had a sickly pallor. Her hair was dry and neglected, left to grow as it liked. There were cracks in her fingernails. She kept her eyes constantly narrowed, as if it were bright
本
out.
物の空は
Were you able to see the true sky? Yeah.
あ、そうだ。
Ah, I know. Nanami, who'd been watching us, clapped her hands as though she remembered something.
お洗濯してこなく
I've
ちゃ
got to go to the laundry. Remy-san, right? Take your time.
ゆっくり。
Nanami left. Remy and I absent-mindedly watched her go in unison. Remy turned towards me.
いつから
How long have you been
5
hospitalized,
年
Takumi?
ぐらい
5 years?
退院の予定は
Do you have any plans of being discharged? No.
僕の余
I
命
think my
は
lifespan is another 2 years.
私は
Thanks to you, I was able to try harder.
なんて
I thought there would never be an end to it, but I decided to try my best to keep going until I could see the sky you had told me about. And then all of a sudden, they let me out.
外に出して
Although it might be more proper to say they'd simply finished up with me. See,
私は
you saved me. So this time I want to become your
そうな
strength.
の
You don't have to worry about it.
僕に会いに
You don't have to come out of your way to see me.
君には
I want you to live a normal life from now
普
on.
通の生き方なんて
But I don't know how. How to lead a normal life.
わからないから
Could imagine if you were literally raised in basically captivity. Yeah. Never even seen the sky before. How do you live a normal life? Remy's past. Remy's feelings. Remy's resolve. And I remembered them. As I remembered them, my chest
なん
tightened.
で
Why did Remy
彼女は
approach
君
me?
の近くにいることで
By being close to you, she meant to keep watch over your
君の接
actions and the
触して
people
くる
making
人間の
contact
こと
with
を
you.
監視して
And prevent you from
彼女
awakening.
を恨まないであげて
Please don't resent her. She's simply a bit of a meddler. A sad note resided in Shogun's
巻き込み
voice.
たくなかったのに
I didn't want her to
彼
get
女
caught
は
up
僕
in
が
it,
どれだけ止め
but
て
no
も
matter how I tried to stop her, she wouldn't listen to me.
僕に恩義
Feeling a
など
one-sided
感じて
debt towards me,
僕を
she's
責任
truly a meddler.
リミとナナミは
Who's holding Remy and Nanami
誰
プロジ
captive?
ェクトノアの責
The
任者
one in charge of Project Noah, the man behind everything,
ノアス
Norase
ケ
Genichi.
かつてリミを捕らえて
He's also the man who held Remy prisoner and tortured her in the
それ
past.
なのにリミは
Despite that, for the sake of saving Nanami
そ
and
して
me
君を
and
助ける
you,
ために
Remy
あ
marched
の
into his
男のところ
territory
へた
all
った
by
一人で
herself.
乗り込んでいっちゃった
A voice revived in the back of my head. Words of the Remy I didn't know. Words that Remy had said to Shogun. So clearly, he has some of Shogun's memories? Remy? Ah, yeah, it's me. The truth is, I've got a wee little something to report to you. I think I'm going to go save
や
Nana-chan
める
now.
な君はあの男
You don't want to see that man, to see Norase anymore, do you? You sure don't have much faith in me. I'm totally fine. It happened a long time ago. Anyway, between my feelings and saving Nana-chan, it's beyond obvious which one ought to take
ナナミを助ける
precedence.
のもプロ
Well,
ジェクトノア
both
の
rescuing Nanami and stopping Project Noah are things I should do. You don't have to go that far. Didn't I tell you? I want to help you. Besides, I don't want to get Taku
おせっ
involved.
かい
You like to meddle. Maybe so. Although you're the only one who tells me that. Say, would it be okay if I talked just for a little bit? I said a whole bunch of cruel things to Taku. And after having done that, I know it's really selfish, but I find myself thinking about how the time I spent with him was so much fun. Even though everything about it was, we've gone through this before, our school life. And the way Taku and I went back and forth to school, being friends with Dai-chan. And how I tried to stay together with Taku. And Taku's existence itself. Taku is overwhelmingly pathetic, still true. Overwhelmingly weak, the kind of boy any regular girl definitely wouldn't give a second glance. Yet, in my heart, I feel like we had fun. Yet in my heart, I feel like I wanted to be with him longer. I wonder what this feeling is. Something akin to imprinting, perhaps. Instinct, you mean? That might be unexpectedly romantic. If you enjoy yourself, I'm sure he had fun as well. It'd be nice if he did. Because Taku and I are the same sort of thing. A body created by means of a delusion. And a personality created by means of a delusion. They aren't any different, are they? That's why I didn't want to erase Taku. Though I thought I had to erase him, but it seems like at some point I got attached to him. I want Taku to lead a regular life. I want to save both of you, Takumi and Taku. Please, leave Taku be. Can't afford to. He's necessary for destroying Noah too. I'll do something about it. You don't have to do such a thing. You yourself should lead a regular life. Now then, I gotta hang up soon. Remy, stop it. Oh, really, it's alright. You don't have to worry about a thing, because I'll get everything settled for you. Okay? Takumi. Except we definitely know she doesn't. At all. Now, when it was too late, Remy's words sank into my heart. She was truly a meddler. What enabled her to fight so hard? What enabled her to act so much on the behalf of others? Because I'm on your side, Taku. My memories of Remy revived within me. The brief amount of time we had spent together up until the present. The emotions hidden behind each word she'd uttered. I'll be there for you. The past year and a half. If I was to say what I'd done, it'd be ESO and RMT and Aerogay and little else. I'd immerse myself in them and remain shut up on my base, rarely going to school, not attempting to speak with anyone. Born into this world, I had been throwing my time away as if I were dead. But this last month or so had been different. One of the results had been her lying to me. We'll go to school together in the morning. But she'd stayed together with the likes of me. At school, we'll talk about silly things during our breaks. She'd pacified me as I quivered in fear. We'll eat together during lunch. She'd supported my no-good self. She'd encourage me. And leave school together in the evening. She'd embrace me. Once in a while, on the way home, we'll stop by a shop somewhere. She'd shown me the meaning of human warmth and to a delusionary existence like me. We'll chat a bit in your room. She could have erased me, but instead she tried to protect me. And then we'll see you tomorrow, and we'll say see you tomorrow and wave goodbye to each other. She made memories for me. If you don't mind, we can do as much of it as you'd like. Even now, I could think vividly back on my time together with Remy, out of my mere year-and-a-half long life. In a way, that kind of thing has been a dream of mine. Remy's little gestures, the scent of Remy's hair, the sound of Remy's breath, the light in Remy's eyes, Remy's cheerful voice, Remy's tender warmth. Ah, I see. I am in love with Remy. How indescribably creepy. Again, the tagline for just him. I smiled bitterly at my own creepiness. A delusionary existence falling in love? Could even a delusionary existence harbor the emotion of loving someone, or was it a hallucination? I didn't know. But I wanted to stay true to this feeling. Remy regarded me as a friend. She definitely didn't have any awareness of me as the opposite sex. An otaku freak like me wouldn't suit Remy well to begin with. But even if it were unrequited love, even if it were mere self-satisfaction, even though I was a delusionary... Even though I was a delusionary existence, I wanted to at least do something for somebody, do something for Remy, and then disappear. It was creepy for a creepy otaku to be in love. It was creepy for a delusionary existence to be in love. So what? Even if it were disgusting, even if it would never be returned, I didn't want to dispose of this feeling as a hallucination or a delusion. Our memories of this past month were a form of local shared recognition between the two of us, me and Remy. Even if everything was make-believe, these memories and the emotions born from their accumulation were the real thing.
世界を救ってほしい。
I want you to save the world, said Shogun. I shook
僕
my
は
head.
勇者じゃな
I'm
い。
not a hero.
人
I'm
間
not a
でも
human
ない
being
そ
either.
んな僕に
What you're thinking,
世界を
asking
救え
someone
と
like
か
me to save the world or
君に
whatever.
は本当に悪いと思ってる
I
け
feel
ど、
truly sorry, but there's no choice except to have you do it on my
自
behalf.
分に謝るなんて
So
バカみたい
stupid,
だ。
apologizing to yourself. I glared at the real me. The real me accepted my imposter's
僕は
gaze.
君が嫌い。
Hate
僕
you.
は君が羨ましいよ。
I envy
僕
you.
は世界のために
Can't
なんか
push
頑
myself
張
for
ら
the
ない。
sake of the world.
世界を
I
救う
don't care
と
about stuff like
そ
saving
ん
the
なこと
world.
どうでもいい。
I'd be the one to decide what the meaning behind my birth.
ただ、
Only, I'm gonna save Remy. Thank you. The sounds from the area around me returned. The disorder there was increasingly accelerating. At this point, it had become a riot. In my surroundings were the smell of blood, roars, screams, moans, and howling mechanical sound. These things overflowed
理想
everywhere.
度を手に入れる方
Tell
法を
me how to
教
get
え
my
て。
D-sword.
君はすでにそれを
You
知って
should
いる
already know that. I raised my line of sight. I searched for the shape of a sword blending into the scenery. Rocks flew through the air. Smoke from tear gas bombs climbed higher, and nearby people crashed into me over and over. Under those conditions, I made my consciousness focus and sought the sword I'd glimpsed for only a second before on the roof of Ofront. I should be able to see it. Without a doubt, it's somewhere there. Part of the scenery, mixed in with the rest. Catch sight of it. Your D-sword is always by your side.
見つけた。
Found it. The building to the right of 107. A colorful billboard arranged vertically along it. It appeared as a sword to me. Tension. My breath caught. I'd been able to perceive it in the form of a sword before as well, when I saw it from the roof of Ofront. But at the time, I'd ultimately failed to grasp onto
自
it.
分の意志を強く持つな。
Maintain your will with as much
迷っちゃ
strength as
ダ
you
メだから
can.
ね。
You mustn't
君には
waver.
もう
You are already
剣
more
を
than
手に入れる
qualified
資
to
格は
attain a
十分
sword.
にある。
Standing in place, I extended my hand. In order to rescue someone precious to me, I needed that sword no matter what. No matter what. I clenched my back teeth together. It was different from before. My heart was so serene, even I found myself startled by it. I wasn't afraid. I couldn't afford to be afraid. But I wasn't cool-headed. There was an emotion simmering, boiling hard inside of me. There was something I had to do. There was something I had to do no matter
掴
what.
むんだ。
Seize it. There were roughly 100 meters between me and 107. I held my palm out so it appeared to be overlapping with the sword. I closed my hand. Though I should have closed my hand around empty space, I felt something. It was neither cold nor hot, neither hard nor soft. Seizing it, I slowly pulled it toward me. Ripples rose in the air. It came slipping out from within them. And he finally has his Heckin sword. All too long to be called a sword. So slender it seemed about to break any moment, and brimming with a phantasmal dignity, revealing absolutely no surface resplendence, possessing both a pure malice as though the soul had been sucked out of it, and an awe-inspiring fluent elegance. It linked with my exalting heart, and the foreboding pattern of flames in its hilt quivered. I felt not a trace of its weight. In fact, it was as though it had become one with my hand, as though it had been there from the start, as though it were part of my body. I had no real sense that I was holding a sword. This is D-sword. His mighty toothpick. Yep. I clenched it tight with both hands. Now I should be able to real boot it as well. If it attained the shared recognition of those in the area, this sword would bring its shape forth into reality. I didn't know how to do it, simply prayed. Become real, I shouted at it internally, would no longer waver. So answering my cry, the D-sword began glowing faintly. The pattern of flames on its hilt transformed into real flames, enveloping the sword. felt no heat. At last, those flames were sucked away into the sword's entirety. And with a violent impact, the D-sword became clothed in scarlet light. A portion of the people nearby spotted my sword and went dumb with shock. But it was only a portion of the whole. The others were fixated on hitting and slandering each other. Riot didn't seem likely to calm
この
down.
暴動を引き起こしているポーターたち
Find
を
the
探す
porters causing the disturbance. If you destroy the devices that carry with them, the rise in people's biorhythms will also start to settle down. Porters, those who exist as terminals units for Noah 2. You should already have viewed a hint about them. It's carved inside your head as a memory. I roused it, all that which I had seen. Oh, way back when. But how did he view this? Oh, it's just everyone's bad times. You know, I totally forgot about this scene. Well, just seeing it again, totally forgot about that. So you finally showed us your tail. I gotta grab on and make sure not to let go.
辛いんですね。
So has he actually seen all this? All the stuff that we the players saw, was he also at some way seeing it? Must be so hard on you. Think you Incorporated. You ever heard of them?
返して。
Get back. Give Nana's bangle back. 062 Mega GE at location L28. It's the top score thus far. What kind of party trick is this?
望み。
Nozumi. Our company calls them porters. To put it another way, one could perhaps describe them as a mind control corp. Things I had unconsciously been watching the whole time. Things I had unconsciously spied on via thought the whole time. So I'm a peeping Tom, how fitting. As I laughed self-mockingly, Shogun calmly gave me directions. Open your channel and read the porter's minds, in the same way as Kozuki. They're somewhere in this scramble crossing. Find their locations. I opened my channel. I didn't think about how to do it. Without taking conscious heed of it, I enacted it through my senses alone. Immediately afterwards, the hearts of the vast number of people in this place, their negative emotions, became visible and poured into me all at once. Hostility, hatred, jealousy, carnal desire, obscuriousness, cowardice, frivolity, contamination, cunning, obscenity, disgrace, crudity, lust, insanity, the will to kill. A manifestation of the ugly emotions people hid from others, far more direct and atrocious and revolting than anything communicated in words. Every manner of negative emotion people embraced within them became a torrent of images swallowing up my heart, breaking me, violating me. They bathed me in despising gazes, used me with words of contempt, spat at me, peeled my nails off, pummeled my cheeks with their fists countless times, kicked me into buttocks, ripped my hair out, bit my nose to pieces, gouged out my eyeballs, pulled my tongue out, sucked up my blood, poured scalding water on me and burned me, raped me in the ass, no buttocks there, smashed my genitals, ripped off all the skin on my body, severed my arms, broke the bones of every part of my body, struck me with blunt objects, stabbed me with blades, dug out my intestines, strangled me tight around the neck, made vast beasts devour my flesh, pushed me off from high places, drowned me in water, burned my whole body in flames. Once I tuned into it, my heart would break. It seemed about to go crazy. Gritting my teeth, I frantically held up my own will. Could it be that Kozuki had constantly been living under these circumstances? Control which delusions you need to see. You mustn't accept and believe everything. Narrow it down methodically. Rely on the sound. The sound. I listened desperately, enduring the negative delusions pressing in on me. All I could hear were voices. I blocked them out. I sought out the sound. I heard it. A mechanical noise. Serotan had called it the sound that would kill me. The sound also appeared in my memories, the ones I'd obtained by recording the thoughts of others. Porter's rucksack made this noise, and Senna had used her D-sword to destroy it. When I concentrated on that noise, the delusions I heard were, "May the divine light save us, may the divine light save us, may the divine light save us, may the divine light save us." Multiple voices. There was more than one porter in this place. There seemed to be 3 of them. There's no way in hell nothing happened in 3 hours. You should absolutely immediately go to the VOD. You should immediately go to the VOD. Cool. Enjoy. 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 Have a good time. Yeah, Ramen's gonna go watch the VOD. It's good. Oh boy. There seemed to be 3 of them. Stifling my breath, I took a step forward. A chaotic flock of people. This pedestrian scramble without so much as a fragment of law and order, where they walked wherever they liked and struck out at one another. It would be a trail to go straight forward, or trial, even. Honestly, even if they watch it at like super speed, I don't think they're catching up by the time we end the stream tonight. So by the time you get here, Ramen, I hope you've enjoyed this. Okay. That's all we got. Smart to pause the video, though. I know they can't hear me, but they'll watch this eventually. They'll come back around. Soon, eventually, their present will be this past. So this past will be their present, but then they'll keep going to the future. I hacked into the delusions of the people leading up to my target. People standing before my line of sight shifted positions slightly. A single path opened up there. About 50 meters ahead of it was a lone man. Now all obstacles between me and him had been expelled. Our eyes met. He was plump and wore a suit and had a rucksack over his back. Number 1. Excuse me. I ran through the crowd without bumping into anyone. Straight ahead, as the crow flies, dragging along my D-sword. How? Having noticed me, the porter grew flustered, turning his back and attempting to flee, but I wouldn't let him. In the same way as Senna, I swept my D-sword much longer than I was tall, horizontally. As before, I sensed no weight in it. I could manipulate it as if it were part of my own hand. The tip of my D-sword dug into the rucksack, as if it was melting away at a high temperature. The rucksack's contents burst with steam. The man slumped down in place and trembled, holding his head. Without giving him a glance, I headed for the second one. Below O-Front. Again, all obstacles on the way there disappeared. They were constructing a road for me. The man who stood beyond it, overly thin, he wore a checkered shirt and jeans. He had long hair and a sickly white skin. He cradled a little bag to his chest as if he prized it. On catching sight of me, he tried to blend into the crowd. Before then, I threw my D-sword. Through it? Fly. I had a delusion that it disregarded the laws of physics and accelerated as it soared forward horizontal to the earth. Subtly correcting its path along the way, it pierced the porter's bag with an inimitable accuracy. Faint flash burst forth. The man fell down on the spot. One more. Running up to the fallen man, I retrieved my D-sword. Third was in front of the Hachiko statue. I had met that porter several times before. No, to put it more accurately, I was used to talking to her on a daily basis. The waves of people parted. For the third time, a path manifested a perfectly straight line. At the end of the path was a woman who stood out very much, a woman in white clothing. You're the third. Hazuki-san? No. Grim. Okay, so he knows. Yeah. The nurse who had smiled kindly at the hospital. Now she glared at me with a piercing look in her eyes. She held an oversized handbag. There was most likely a Noah 2 terminal inside it. Expose the truth. If you show the people here what she's done, this feverish disorder will subside. What she's done. If she is Grim, you must realize how suspicious her actions and words have been up until now. Think back to the first time I made contact with you. I foretold the staking incident to you. It was meant as a warning. But before even me, it was someone else who foretold the staking. I remembered our exchange in that chat. Shortly before Shogun began talking to me, Grim had left the room, after penning a single joking image. That drawing, the one Hazuki-san had scribbled in patient's records, It wasn't exactly skillfully drawn, but what it stood for was the staking. And when Grimm first explained the new gen cases to me, he'd said, "They're all in your neighborhood." Never mind the fact that I'd never said a word to him about living in Shibuya. In our chat just a few hours before, Grimm had let slip words that suggested he knew I was Nishijo Takumi. "You're a celeb, so you'll be the center of everyone's attention." The second time I went to the hospital, Hazuki-san had said,
高階先生は
"Dr. Takashina isn't here anymore." And a week later, Dr. Takashina was discovered as a corpse. I sucked in a
あの
breath.
人が
He's
真犯
A
人
true criminal? I would know if I looked into her heart. Mm.
信仰の救い
May the
あれ
divine light save us. That seems to be all they have in their hearts. Hatsuki Shino stood in one of the operating rooms in her workplace, AH Tokyo General Hospital. Late at night, an operating room belonging to the surgical department. If she's... Okay, so she's Grimm. Cool. We kind of figured that out. Ramen, mostly. Ramen picked up on it before I did. And she's also the new gen perpetrator. What about Showa, the other detective guy? Where's his place on all this? Or are they all just delusions at this rate? I feel like Noah 2 is really just activating and everyone's just seeing what they want to see effectively. So maybe it was Suzuki who shot him. Or just a random porter with another machine. Could easily be. It seems like at this point in time, everything's just gone nutty. Late at night, an operating room belonging to the surgical department. Atop the bed was the form of a young man, Konoe Shuziho. Fed sleeping pills, he was in a state of clouded consciousness.
信仰の救
May
い
the
あれ
divine light save us. Repeating the same words over and over, like a Buddhist chant, Hazuki rubbed her enormously swollen stomach. Oh. Oh. I don't like this. Ooh. She slowly shed her nurse's whites. She sat down at the operating table and took up a scalpel. No. Salvation.
救いあれ
And without anesthesia, she slit open her own belly. If any surgeon or obstetrician saw it, all would laud her as having nigh genius abilities. Though she was a nurse, she possessed a startling faculty for surgical operations, and while enduring the pain of cutting her own body open sans anesthesia, Hazuki made an incision into her abdomen with commendable skill. Blood and amniotic fluid came leaking out of the wound as her face contorted in pain. Hazuki at last thrust her own hand into her abdomen. She took out a bloodied fetus. Still not fully developed, the fetus had already perished in the process of being forcibly removed. Cutting the umbilical cord, Hazuki lovingly cradled her child, then laid it on a platform beside the operating table and began suturing her wound. But upon completing that step in less than an hour... Don't get me wrong, I can't imagine I could do that faster in that amount of pain, but like... Ooh boy. She rose from the operating table while bearing up under an excess of pain in her abdomen. An ordinary person would have passed out ages ago, and, holding the fetus, stood beside the man lying in bed. She's cult brainwashed, plus whatever else Noah 2 has done to her. I don't even know. She looked down at the unconscious man's face with bloodshot eyes. She deliberately stuck a scalpel into his stomach. With a violence far... If I wanted this video to get totally taken down off YouTube, that would be the thumbnail, by the way. And the worst part is, whoo boy would I get views. Before I got taken down, this would be the most viewed part of the series, bar none. With a violence far separate from the delicacy and accuracy with which she had slit her own stomach. Pain made the man awaken. But both his arms and legs were bound firmly to the legs of the bed, and he had no way to escape. Paying no heed to his weeping and shrieking, Hazuki pulled at the scalpel she had thrust in him. It tore his skin and flesh. Blood sprayed out, landing on her face. May the divine light save you.
信仰の救
She put both hands on her victim's wound with a coerciveness. Yeah, that's a real word. What am I doing? It would be safe to call forcible. That's just a weird sentence, is what it is. She spread the wound open on both sides. The sound of meat ripping echoed through the operating room. This is just awful. The man's body convulsed as he fell into a cycle of blacking out and reviving in pain. Contemplating the sufficiently open wound, Hazuki smiled gently, and she took her own child, which she had removed shortly before, and shoved it inside. I hate many things. The divine light save us. Hazuki Shino stood in one of the operating rooms in her workplace. Late at night, an operating room belonging to the surgical department. Atop the bed was the form of her colleague, the psychiatrist Takashina Fumio. He was strapped down to the bed, but he wasn't merely bound there. His brain lay exposed in his head. His cranium had been cleanly cut away from above his eyes. May the divine light save you, Dr. Takashina. Hazuki-kun, stop this! Takashina was conscious. As there was anesthesia at work in him, he appeared not to feel any pain in his head. His eyes were wide with fear, and a cold sweat ran down his whole body. Not his forehead, because his forehead's over there. Salvation! Ignoring Takashina while he pleaded for his life, Hazuki slowly removed a silver shining instrument from the pocket of her white uniform. So, I mean, yes, deeply messed up. We got that. I have to assume she's basically doing this under orders from whatever delusion she's seeing due to the whole ongoing Noah effect. Like, yes, there's always the possibility she's just batshit insane, but like the fact that she's citing hicking cult mantras, either cult brainwashed her, or let's be honest, cult and Nozomi Core, same thing at this rate. Like, yes, she's clearly doing awful things, but I truly believe, like, she's basically been brainwashed into it. I don't think she's got, like, a small amount of actual thought left. I think it's all just brainwashing at this rate. But I could be wrong. That's just my assumption here. And it's still, a lot. To be more accurate, it wasn't a surgical instrument. It was a spoon. A regular utensil. The sort one might see around a dining table. What are you going to do? Stop it! Stop it! Wearing an expression of ecstasy, Hazuki scraped out part of Takumi's brain as if she were scooping up curry. She shook it off the spoon into a stainless steel tray as though to hurl it down. Pink brain tissue pulverized on top of the tray like jelly. Hazuki jabbed the spoon into his brain for a second time. This time, she shaved off a more heaping pile of brain matter. As she dug his brain out, Takashina could neither feel any pain nor lose consciousness. Numbness prevented his body from moving freely, and the only thing left to him was to shiver in terror. This is awful. These are your memories, aren't they? It does explain most of them, because most of them were some way medically done. But what about the initial one, the jumping people? I'm sure there's some reason for it too, but like all the other ones, it's just like, had access to medical instruments, had the power of the Nozomi Court behind her, covering up whatever she did, and was brainwashed. But like, the people on the roof jumped of their own free will, apparently. Maybe they were kind of coerced, I don't know. Hazuki Shino looked up at those images in shock. The 4 jumbotrons set around the pedestrian scramble. Oh. And everybody started vomiting. Her own memories were playing out there as a film. She didn't understand how it had been done. Probably due to Nishijo Takumi's power as a egomaniac. Your memories, Nishijo Takumi muttered, head hanging, holding his D-sword. The riot had concluded almost instantaneously. Now silence reigned. Several thousand people, who moments before had been striking out at each other, not caring who they hit, all looked up at the jumbotrons in unison. Those who went pale and averted their eyes, those who vomited in revulsion, the members of the media attempting to fix their cameras on Hazuki, their brilliant flashes burned over and over. You were the true perpetrator behind the Nugent
私の
cases.
記憶を
You
映像
projected
に
my
投影
memories
した
into
んですね
video, didn't you?
も
You
う
can't make any more
言い逃れは鉄末廃
excuses.
児とあなたの DNA を鑑定
They'll
すれば
know once they
わかる
analyze
こ
your
とです
DNA in the babies.
どうしてあんなことを
Why would you do such things? Hey,
ナイ
Grim,
トハルト
Nightheart.
すべては
I followed the
教祖様
words of
の
our
お言葉
revered
なんです
founder
よ
in everything. Hatsuki slowly plunged a hand into the handbag hanging from her shoulder. Therein lay a Noah 2 terminal port and a surgical scalpel. Grabbing the scalpel, she laid the tip of the blade against her own neck. Excuse me. As she was a nurse, her line of work meant she was well familiar with the location of the carotid artery. Hazuki smiled at Nishijo Takumi, her kindly smile akin to the one she gave her patients.
信仰の救い
May the divine light save us. Became plastered red in her own spurting blood. Happy times tonight. This is just the happiest times. I should take this moment to mention the game we're playing next in this series, Robotics Note, apparently lighter tones in both Steins Gate and Chaos. So, I'm sure there'll still be some drama and sadness in there, but shouldn't be this dark. There's that to look forward to. He's a
救
psychic.
世主
He's the
だ
Messiah.
わ
Someone murmured. I realized they were speaking about me because of the countless gazes piercing me. Before a vast number of people, Hazuki Shino had committed suicide by slitting her throat. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say she'd become a martyr. The choking smell of blood hovered in this place. The riot had now completely subsided. Hazuki Shino's memories of her crimes, which I had projected onto the Jumbotrons, had been ideal for silencing the agitated crowd. Every last one of them lost all words in shock at the video. Yeah. Liked what you know of it, hoping so different, it's like brand new. Yeah. Can't wait to get to it. Honestly, all the ones I haven't played, including more of this one, just it's great. Like, yes, this is dark as hell, but the ride's good. Hazuki Shino's corpse, still trailing blood. Several people had walked up to it. They began kicking her dead body. The dead body of a violent murderer. So they were saying they didn't need to pay it any respect. What would they do next? Decapitate her and hang her head up like we were in the Warring States era? What difference was there between her and the people kicking her corpse? People were helplessly ugly, myself included. The press swarmed around like hyenas to snap pictures of their next big scoop. About half of them went to Hazuki Shino's body, the remaining half were near me. Nishijo-kun, splendid work.
今のは超能
Did you
力
just use a supernatural power? You were an Esper after all, how amazing! Oh, no, they specified that there were definitely people who saw it and immediately started vomiting. Yeah, absolutely. Because, like, we had it described. They saw it. Yeah. Was the gathering today intended from the start to draw out the real
あな
culprit?
たの超能力は
At what age do supernatural abilities first appear? What were your childhood nicknames? Have you ever been called Wonder Child or something?
今後警察の捜査に協力する
I'm
予定
only
だ
1.5 years old. Do you have any future plans to cooperate with police investigations? Won't you appear on one of our station's programs? They tossed them at me, one after the other, words of praise. Nishijo, great work. Takumi-kun, look over here.
すげえよ
Incredible. I love you. Please go out with me. You don't know what you asked for. Words of goodwill tossed at me one after the other. I felt hollow hearing those voices. False image sculpted by public opinion and a delusionary existence. They weren't all that different, were they? Yeah, the crowds lost it too. He also didn't destroy that last device. The mirth returned. The enthusiasm they'd shown when looking at me up on the roof of Oakfront. The crowd likes him, I guess. Shut the fuck up. Unable to take it, I yelled.
手のひら返
You're
して
gonna double back now and treat me like a hero? That's so moronic. Tears came out. I was terribly grief-stricken, and it was so terribly ridiculous. I couldn't get by without crying. I'm not a hero.
僕は
I'm a creepy otaku, a pervert who faps the sexy figures of Zeraton. I mean, we the viewers know it, but he's on the news in front of lots of people. I'm a guy who plays Eroge and goes way moe over them. Never mind that I'm not 18 yet. In my head, I take all you bitches walking around town and strip you naked and have ero fantasies. That's me. Ooh, I mean, you know, he's right. He's no hero, but like, you could have stopped at any point. They would have gotten the picture. My face went messy with tears and snot. I forgot I was being broadcast live to the whole nation. It didn't even occur to me that I was disgracing myself again. I was incorrigible in my failure and to read the atmosphere. So how do you like them apples? Tell me, am I still a hero? No, I'm not anything like a hero. At the end of the day, I'm a delusionary existence, an otaku creep. Good for nothing who can't do a single damn thing on his own. At least he's honest, yeah, it's true. The voices in the area went quiet. The silent spectators, the reporters showing me dubious faces. At the heart of Shibuya, in this wide pedestrian scramble, my voice alone rang out. It's me. I won't let you people, you strangers, decide what kind of person I am. I'll be the one who decides what I'm really like. I'm not your toy. I'm not going to be your exhibition. It's something I need to do. I'm not going to act for the sake of people like you. A new smile rose at the back of my head. For the sake of the one I loved, I would fight and disappear. Before I could declare so, suddenly I noticed how the night sky reflected at the corner of my sight. It's going white. Not from clouds, and certainly not from out-of-season snow. By the time I realized it was the same phenomenon as what had happened along with the earthquake, it was already too late. The third melt, earlier than planned. In the beginning, the ground rumbled. The earth began shaking. The white in the sky steadily spread. Next, I was assaulted by a fierce ringing in my ears. A shrill, head-splitting resonance. Everyone around me covered the ears as well. And then the whole world was dyed a glaring white. Chapter 10, Blue Sky. We got at least another chapter left. Jeez. Okay, so it seems unlikely we finished tonight, but it seems pretty likely we finish next time. Who knows, though? Maybe it's a short chapter. I stood on the water's surface. It was very clear, transparent water. A shallow shoal, no higher than one's ankles. I didn't feel any coldness. The sound of the waves whispered intermittently in my ears. I was holding the handlebars on the back of a wheelchair. Shogun, no, the real Nichijou Takumi's head, clad in a knit cap, was close before me. He sat in the wheelchair with his back hunched a little. There was nothing around us. Shells buried in the sand, for instance, or seabirds flying gracefully through the sky. I couldn't see anything of the sort. Life had no presence here. There was only the blue ocean and the absolutely clear sky. The land was flat, and no matter which way I faced, I could look out across the horizon in every direction, 360 degrees around. This wasn't the real world. I'm going to die soon. I heard Shogun's voice, mingling with the sound of the breaking waves. From where I stood, I couldn't see what kind of look he had on his face. His was not a voice filled with any particular sense of lamentation. It was truly as though he had said it offhand. I think you'll understand if you take a look at my body. Tiny and covered in wrinkles, and underweight. All of his hair had fallen out. It's a hereditary disease. My body stopped developing when I was 10 years old, and the symptoms first emerged. And then it began aging. Is this one of those illnesses known as premature aging? It was supposed to be a rare disease, one that affected only about 1 in every 8 million people. When you were 10, a certain gruesome spectacle engraved in my memory rose to the forefront. I started having symptoms about 3 months before that bus accident. Bus accident, did you? Maybe so. But at the time I had little awareness of my power. Long before my illness manifested, as long as I can remember, in fact, I was able to use my abilities as a Gigalomaniac. I thought it was normal. Consciously or unconsciously, I've used my powers countless times before now, which is why the contradictions in my existence have grown too large. You heard about it from Aoi Sena, did you not? The antiparticles that form together with particles and pair production becomes stocked up in your D-sword. Mathematically speaking, antiparticles are that which lead towards the past. Because of this, the more of them that a Gigalomaniac stocks up, the greater the consequential lag between him and the present conditions. At last those contradictions will lead him towards existential self-destruction. Yay! Shogun didn't budge an inch on his wheelchair. I wondered what he was looking at. Wondered if he saw anything. The more I use my abilities, the more this disease advances. Can't you just cure yourself with your power as a Gigalomaniac? If I use my power, the disease progresses. To put it bluntly, even if I make use of my power, the balance of plus and minus adds up to 0. Nothing changes. Why? Why did you make someone like me, an otaku freak, a good-for-nothing jerk-off? You should have gone with someone stronger, and more proactive, and cooler, and better looking. It isn't an easy task to create an individual person, not to mention one capable of using the power of a Gigalomaniac. In fact, creating you sent me into a coma for close to a year. Are you saying I'm incomplete? That itself is what makes you so very human. You don't have to follow through like that for me. I'm in earnest. I clicked my tongue. I don't like this guy after all. Remy always got angry at me, telling me not to use my power. She wants to save you, doesn't she? But I can't afford to obey Remy's warnings, because my IR2 was the trigger leading to the current critical situation. IR2, that peculiar doodle drawn on the reverse side of the essay. IR2 caught the eye of a certain scientist, and at last the Nozomi Technology Company began researching it. The result was Project Noah. You could describe it as a device to artificially generate the abilities of Gigalomaniacs. I only picked up on their plans after meeting Remy. Terrible torture she went through was one aspect of the project. They needed code samples to make the Noah system more efficient. The unique brainwaves emitted by Gigalomaniacs in the process of using their powers. In order to obtain them, Nozomi's president, Norase, inflicted harsh torture on Remy. Because the power of Gigalomaniacs awakens when they harbor intensely negative emotions, and then they come into possession of their D-swords. I again recalled what Senna had said. When your biorhythms rise, leading to the excessive secretion of dopamine in the neurons of your midbrain, limbic system, your D-sword will appear. Depending on the person, it could be when they are in a hazardous situation, when they're agitated, sad, filled with hate, or laughing. The higher the amount of dopamine produced, the easier it becomes to observe. So the more torturous they are, the easier the sword comes out. Yay. Is that also why you kept interfering with me? Yes. To coerce you into awakening. I'm sorry. It wasn't only me and Remy. Those who had been forced to awaken as Gigalomaniacs because of the psychological or physical torture involved in Project Noah, they were Ayase, Senna, Kozupi, and even Nanami. They'd been through horrific traits. IR2 gave rise to Noah 2, and I have to stop it with my own hands. I'm stuck in this body. I can't so much as move to my satisfaction. In addition, Nozomi has started targeting me, wanting to take my code sample. The place where he'd been hospitalized was indeed AH Tokyo General Hospital. It had hidden ties to the Nozomi group. So I had to hide myself. The Ami-chan in the illusory hospital room. Remy was the only one able to come in there. I became incapable of moving about, and then you made me. Shogun gave a small nod. Remy told me to erase you over and over. He told me to stop because it would whittle away at my life. But there isn't much time left to me anyway. Whether or not I use my power now won't make much of a difference. His voice was very calm. He had the philosophical view of things possessed only by those whose deaths had been declared to them years before, perhaps. Besides, once you awoke and became capable of using your power, my life would surely fail to hold out any longer. You mean, we're one in self and soul? Indeed. But make me a single promise. I won't have any more delusions. Yeah, well, we definitely did, so... Whoops. Because you have a very powerful imagination. The more you delude yourself, the more it shaves away the life of the real you. Whoops. If I were to keep my promise to Remy, I couldn't go save her. Even if I went, they'd turn the tables on me and I wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. How much longer will your life last? Most likely until sometime today or tomorrow, maybe. That soon? The time left to him was so much shorter than I'd expected. It stunned me. Because I awoke? Don't worry about it, because I longed for your awakening from the bottom of my heart. What'll happen to me if you die? At the same time that you share my heart and body, you have also become a real human being by means of real booty. Your manner of birth may be unique, but you're a human being. If I disappear, will it save you? It'd be pointless. At most, I think a remaining lifespan would be extended from a few days to a few weeks. But don't make such foolish choices. I'd like you to destroy Noah too. With that goal in mind, I don't want you to hold back on using your power. You don't have to tell me, I know. I'm not such a good person that I'd hold back for your sake. Shogun laughed, his shoulders shaking faintly. It kind of offended me, since I hadn't meant to be funny. I'm glad you awoke. It may be selfish of me and troublesome for you, but I leave the rest to you. Unless something goes really drastically wrong from this point forward, I feel like this game might only have the one path to the true end. Like, again, maybe things go differently, but this feels very like, nah, you go into true end here, you know? The sensation of the wheelchair handlebars I was holding abruptly vanished. But who knows? Once we hit credits, I'm going to look it up, but I ain't Googling nothing a moment before that. At some point, the wheelchair in which he sat had moved away from me on its own, progressing forward as though gliding atop the water. Its two wheels cut through the water, forming ripples. I had no intention of chasing after him. I hazily saw him off. My role has ended. Pretty selfish of you. Just going to shove it off on me? I'm a little bit tired. Let me sleep. In his wheelchair, he turned back towards me. As usual, I couldn't read his expression, but his voice was urgent. There's no time. Be fast. Norase has moved Noah 2 into full-scale operation. At this point, our only choice is to destroy Noah 2 directly. Counting on you. Excuse me. The problem is, he's a big corporation. Even if you destroy the thing, they presumably have all the notes and research and stuff to just make it again. And his figure disappeared, as though enveloped by mist. The very colors of this psychological generated world began to slowly fade away. You got no right to rely on me. Only doing what I myself decided on. The sound of the waves retreated into the distance. As Remy had once done in the past, I burned the endlessly clear sky into my memory, and quietly closed my eyes. The grave voice of a newscaster reading out the news could be heard through the radio. 233 casualties have been confirmed at present, but the final count is expected to surpass 30,000. According to an announcement by the Meteorological Agency, this latest earthquake was a 7 on the Japanese earthquake scale, highest level possible, at magnitude 7.8, which puts it on par with the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923. Some of the buildings in Shibuya have been destroyed, and there's also an emerging pattern of large-scale cave-ins. The Shibuya portion of the Shoto Expressway has been completely closed down due to the collapse of overhead structures. As for public transportation, all railways, did not click that, such as the Yamanote line, have been. Radio noise began to mingle with the newscaster's voice, and at last she stopped saying anything. That's no good. You stopped hearing them again. After taking the musty old portable radio in her hand and clutching it, tapping it and so forth, Momose let out an enormous sigh. It's too old to be of much use. Forcing a rueful smile, she looked to one side. There walked Kishimoto Ayase and Kusunoki Yua, both wearing expressions of exhaustion. Both Ayase and Yua's school uniforms were completely soiled with dirt. Why are they in their school outfits, though? At least one of them was in the hospital. I mean, they were together, but why swap the uniform? Alright, whatever. Making it readily apparent how much they had struggled to walk this far. However, the giant swords, D-swords, each of them held, contained not a speck of dust, and their grim glow remained completely unclouded. After the earthquake took place, Yua and Ayase had returned to Shibuya from Roppongi on foot, and by going even further to the Frisia offices, they were able to join up with Momose. So, probably you're right. So if she was walking away, yeah, that makes sense. If she was leaving it, she'd wear it. And Yua was already in the school uniform, so yeah, no. Makes a lot of sense. Hadn't thought about that. Expecting the missing Bond to come back, the three of them spent the night near the office, in a mixed-use building which tilted from the earthquake, and which had looked ready to topple over at any minute now. But in the end, Bond hadn't shown himself. Momose proposed leaving Shibuya, but Ayase disagreed.
グラジオールが目覚めた。
Gladiol has awakened. We must hasten to combine forces with the other Black
攻撃
Knights.
して合流しないと。
She asserted, tugging forcefully at Yua's hand, and heading off towards the wreckage-swamped central district of Shibuya. Yua and Momose were left with no other option but to go along with her. 7 in the morning. Less than an hour had passed since the brightening of the sky. There was absolutely nothing in the way of refreshing morning air. The wretched state that had been hidden in the darkness of night grew gradually more and more visible together with the arrival of the sun. Now they were right in the thick of it. The neighborhood of Shibuya had transformed into a vision of hell. The roadways were broken to pieces, with their asphalt projecting up. A number of buildings had collapsed, and the sides of the streets were buried in fallen wreckage. Most everything made of glass had cracked, and even a huge sign originally found on the roof of a building had fallen and was lying down there. Walk forward a little, and they would come across corpses left strewn about every which way. It pained Momose every time she saw those bodies, and she would mentally press her hands together in their name. But there were so many of them that midway through she made up her mind not to think about it, otherwise her own heart wouldn't last much longer. The people they occasionally passed were expressionless and appeared to be wandering around on heavy feet without a destination. Several men cooperated in an effort to rescue those buried alive in the wreckage, but there was little they could do without heavy machinery. Momose looked again at the thing Yua had in her hand. A D-sword. Ayase had explained it to them, a sword one could draw as if by magic out of nothingness. Bond had been telling the truth. Yua had seemed startled and bewildered by the fact that she'd obtained one of these swords.
ねえ岸本さん
Say, Kishimoto-san. Ayase, walking ahead, didn't look back when Momose called to her. Her expression was tinged with impatience.
このディソードを持つ
You
人
said there
は
are 7 people in total, the 2 of you included, who have these D-swords, right?
他の
Yes.
人たちがどこにいるのか
You know where the others are? I don't.
だったら
And
感じるのよ。
sense it, the
こっち
will.
で間違いないわ。
They're definitely in that direction. Ayase was an impenetrable fortress. Hopeless, Momose repeated the same words for the nth time.
今むやみに歩き回るのは
It's
危ない
dangerous to walk around rashly
まず
right
は安
now.
全なところに避難
Before
するべ
anything
き
else, we should retreat to a secure location.
ダメよ。
No.
時
Yeah.
間がないの。
There's no time.
もしかしたら他の
What if the other,
黒騎士だったり
Black
したら
Knights? Is that it? What if they're in an
いない場
evacuation
所にいるか
shelter?
もしれないです
そうですね
She's right, Kishimoto-san. I also think we should evacuate.
避難場所に
No.
行くべきだと。
Ayase came to an abrupt halt, as if Yua's argument in support of it had taken effect. She narrowed her eyes. The ravaged streets of Dogen Hill, which cars could no longer drive along. She cast her eyes beyond it. There.
え
Yeah?
だって
What's there?
何が
The end of Ayase's line of sight was the figure of a lone girl walking towards them from the station. She wore a Shumai Academy uniform, but it was even more tattered than Ayase and Yua's. Yeah, it is. And she embraced a massive cross-shaped sword to her chest with her left hand alone. Her footsteps were uncertain, and she seemed about to collapse at any moment.
大変
Oh no! Her body jiggling as she went, Momose ran up to the girl, to Nishijo Nanami. She was concerned about the D-sword Nanami bore up, but for now she set aside the prospect of inquiring about it, and instead supported Nanami's small, statured form.
大丈夫よく
You
頑張
okay?
ったわね
You've done so well getting all the way here. We'll take you to the hospital now. Like, the hospital's not filled with people. So you gotta keep a hold of yourself. Nanami is here. Nanami is, at least for the moment, alive, though not looking great. As Momose spoke encouragingly, Nanami turned vague eyes in her direction. Bagel? Did you say something? Oh, where's Nana's bangle? Yua and Ayase came dashing up to Nanami a little after Momose. This girl,
西条君
she's Nishijo-kun's little
そう
sister. I
黒騎
see.
士の資格がある
Makes sense for
のなん
her
ですけ
to
ど
qualify as a Black Knight if she's Takumi's sister.
二人ともこの
You
子を
two, help me
運ぶの手
carry
伝って
her. We have to get her to the hospital somehow. It hurts. Nanami moaned in pain. My right hand.
右手
Your right hand. Momose, taking an offhand glance at Nanami's right hand, sucked in a breath.
だってひどい
Awful. It can't be. Yue and Ayase couldn't comprehend why Momose was so shaken up. There was a bloodstained bandage around Nanami's right hand, but it didn't really seem to be such a dreadful injury. But in Momose's eyes, Nanami's arm appeared as having been hacked in two at her bandaged wrist. She'd undergone some treatment, but the wound was still open. Ayase, blank-faced, tried to grasp the fingers of Nanami's right hand, but her extended hand slipped clean through it without holding on to anything. Like a hologram, Nanami's fingers had no actual substance. A single drop of blood dripped from the crimson-stained bandage into Ayase's hand. Illusion. Rimi-san saved me. Rimi-san? You mean Sakihata Rimi-san?
リミさん
知ってるの？
Do you know her? Yeah, she's Nishijo-kun's
西
friend.
条くんの
She had always thought of Takumi herself as being the true perpetrator behind the Nugent incidents. Yue had investigated his affairs in considerable detail. Naturally, she had also looked into Nishijo Nanami and Sakihata Rimi, as there were people who made frequent contact with him. On the other hand, Ayase's unusual cool expression grew minutely more severe when she heard Rimi's name.
崎畑リミ
Sakihata Rimi is also one of the 7 Black Knights. She is!
そうなんですか
Ayase recollected what had happened at the hospital yesterday. The apologetic voice with which Rimi had addressed her came back to life. Yeah,
岸本さん
I was really curious what they had actually talked about, because now what we know about Rimi, it's like, what? Kishimoto-san, please don't get any closer to Taku.
目覚めさせたく
Don't want him to be forced to
君には
awaken.
自覚がな
Have you
い
no sense of responsibility as one of the Black Knights?
私が一人で何と
I'll
か
do
する
something about it on my own. Ah, okay.
とても美しい
It's
わ
very beautiful, that emotion of yours, but it isn't what the Great Will desires. Nor do I wish to make you shoulder everything by yourself.
黒騎士云々の話は
Let's set aside
今
all
は
the
置いと
talk
きまし
about
ょう。
Black Knights and so forth for the
と
time
に
being.
かく早く病院に連れて
For
行かな
now,
いと
we have to hurry up and take her to a hospital. The blood isn't stopping. Momose gently laid the handkerchief she carried with her against Nanami's
す
wound.
ごい熱だし顔
She's
色
a
も悪い
terrible fever, and she looks pale. We've got to be quick about it. Bro, I want to see my bro. A single tear streamed from Nanami's empty eyes. A second later, it happened without warning. Suddenly, the street where Momose was standing caved in with a roar. As they lost a place to stand, Momose and the 4 others began free-falling, pulled down by gravity, as though they were plummeting towards the darkness of a bottomless abyss. As that hallucination overcame her, Momose forgot her age and screamed. Your age determines whether you can scream or not? That's new. When it came to, there were thick clouds overhead. At some point, day had dawned. Also, we haven't saved in a while because we were only saving at, like, the choices. Because that was just the reminder to save for me. So let's just save in general. But I couldn't see a blue sky anywhere. It seemed dispiriting, an oppressive sky. Far away rang the noisy sirens of a number of ambulances and fire trucks. The shapes of helicopters circling high in the air came flying into my field of sight. There were an awful lot of them swooping around, almost like a swarm of flies. My head throbbed, like road construction was being carried out inside my skull. It was a more severe pain than what I'd felt during the previous earthquake. I attempted to recall what had happened immediately before my memories died out. The whiteness of the sky, the words Shogun had shouted, the third melt. Tolerating my headache, I roused my body and was dumbstruck. Oh hey, it's the title screen of the game. Slightly less sepia-hued, but otherwise, the scenery I knew so well was gone. It was similar to the imagined spectacles of Y2K that had been all the rage about a decade ago. Shibuya had collapsed. Don't forget, Y2K is where the timeline diverges. In one timeline is ours, in another timeline is Guilty Gear, and a third is Steins Gate. Traffic lights, roadside trees, a number of buildings, all lay fallen. Excuse me. The famous Jumbotron monitors around the pedestrian scramble were cracked and silent. The roof over the stairs descending to the subway had caved in, burying the entrance. The Yamanote Line's overhead railway had come crashing down, and the rails on the tracks had snapped. And many, many people lay everywhere. Blood and scraps of flesh clung to the wreckage. People who didn't so much as twitch, people who moaned agonizingly, people who screamed help at the top of their lungs. People covered in dust, who crawled around with their entire bodies pure white. People who held those lying unmoving and wept. The smell of blood had to smell like something burning. And the smell of dust hovered in the air. Somewhere distant, several plumes of black smoke rose like a signal fire. This was the might of Noah 2. Still don't get why or how. Noah 2 is like a Gigalomaniac. Gigalomaniacs can basically manifest things by making enough people realize they exist. If enough people go, that exists, there's no difference between it existing and it not existing, because the reasons I already talked about. Cool. Got that. So Noah 2 basically works like a Gigalomaniac. Why make earthquakes with it? Why? Unless that's just a side effect of it being activated, raising the GE rate drastically, and that just makes earthquakes. In which case, isn't it super dangerous to just use it in general? Like, why make widespread death and earthquakes about it? His discussion with those two suited dudes, scientist dudes, in one of the scenes we'd seen, made it seem like they were like, yeah, it's okay if people die, but that didn't seem the goal. They didn't want people to die. They were just like, if it happens, whatever. So why do the earthquake stuff? I get why they basically want to mind control people, keeps them in power, keeps them having money. They're making whatever off of Garo Froggies because they're just like, people like them now because we've decided they like them now. They're in power because they've caused landslide victories. I get the power money aspect of it, though it's clearly super evil. Maybe? It just seems weird. I'm assuming it has to be some sort of side effect of activating it. And they're like, well, worth it, whatever, we get to win every election we want and make infinite money, who cares? Otherwise, like, why actively cause it? Even though they know that whatever they were doing in the Third Mount or whatever was going to cause this. They knew that. I guess it doesn't seem like this is their goal, but then why do it? I don't know. I'm assuming we'll see at some point. Like, we're definitely approaching the end of this for sure, but I still have a few questions. Like, what role did Soa have in all this? Soa. Was he actually there? Did he actually shoot Ban? What's his role in this? Why do the murders in the first place? Was that really just them being like, hey, can we make this one girl who got put in this ARC hospital, can we brainwash her to murder people? I definitely have questions. A lot of them are just why. The mechanics of what's happening seem to be getting clearer and clearer. But the why of some of it is just like, are they just doing it to be needlessly evil? Are they just mustache twirling villains who are like, let's see if we can make some gruesome murders happen. Whatever. There has to be some sort of like reason for it. Same with the earthquakes. That's most of my remaining questions. A lot of other stuff has kind of been answered, but that still remains. I had chills. There's nothing to separate it from a weapon of mass destruction. I finally had a real sense of why Shogun had been so desperate to stop it. Speaking of which, what had become of Shogun? I'm sure we get a great villain monologue when we actually meet up with that guy at Noah 2. I'm sure. I can only assume we get a villain monologue and all of us with D-Sword show up and do something. But I don't know. That's just an assumption. Coming back to myself, I looked around. A twisted wheelchair toppled over close beside me. Next to it lay his small body. Hastily dashing over, I pulled him up in my arms. Yeah, we gotta, of course. But credit where credit's due, they've taken a lot of loose, crazy threads, and many of them are come together at this rate. Like, I feel like I actually have a grasp of what's going on. And let's be honest, while I've been enjoying this ride, I don't think at any point during this ride until tonight I could be like, yeah, I get what's going on. I understand. Nope. It's clear, though. It's becoming clearer. He didn't react when I called to him. I couldn't hear his inner voice either. Surely he wasn't dead. I put my ear close by his mouth. He was breathing, albeit faintly. But he wasn't conscious. I tried lightly swatting him on the face and such, but he wouldn't wake up. I called out to him. Didn't work. I smacked him. Didn't work. Out of ideas. Noah 2, where is it? Without knowing that, I couldn't so much as go to rescue Rumi and Nanami. Good news. Nanami was okay a few minutes ago. Bad news, she might have fallen to her death. I should have asked Shogun beforehand. Licking my tongue in irritation, I took my cell phone out of my pocket. It was out of power, and it remained unresponsive no matter how much I fiddled with it. One of the 2 times in this entire visual novel he has opted to try to use his cell phone. The first was useless, the second it was out of power. Remained unresponsive no matter how much I fiddled with it. It wouldn't do me any good. Was there anyone besides Shogun who seemed likely to know? Think about it. You gotta think. You don't have time to dawdle. While you falter like this, then that Norase guy might kill the captive Remy on a whim. Who? Someone who would probably become my ally, and who was well versed when it came to Noah too. You and those like you are special existences. The most special among you is the boy who gave birth to whose eyes are those eyes. Yeah, honestly, as much as I thought, the resemblance was definitely there. And when Ron was like, oh, he's Takumi, like, for sure there was a physical resemblance, but it really seems like all the info we have on him, it's like, no, he really was just her father, and a terrible man and a terrible scientist. Well, a good scientist, a terrible, terrible, terrible human being. He technically found a bunch of discoveries, but yeah, bad person. Sena's father, one of the initial members of Project Noah. His whereabouts were currently unknown. Yeah, now we kind of know. Like, I was like, why is there 3 Takus? 2 is already too much, but 3, but you can't deny there's a physical resemblance. If you take the Taku we have and have seen when we get a third-person shot and just scruff them up a bit, that's that dude. That's that dude. It's not, like, the resemblance is there. I never met him, but it looks like it was just coincidence? No, we might have had a near miss. According to Kozupi, he appeared here and there in Shibuya, looking like a homeless person. There's nothing for it but to find him. I picked up Shogun's startlingly light body, carried him on my back, and began cautiously walking through the ruins. I had no idea where Hanato-san was. Even so, all I could do for now was look for him. However light Shogun may have been, he was still around 20 kilograms. I didn't have the stamina to walk around Shibuya carrying him, especially not with the road so jagged and uneven. Anyhow, there were no prior instances of me having gotten any proper exercise, that's true. Since sitting in front of my PC was my daily routine. To be fair, I feel that. Thought I ought to take Shogun to the hospital, but with Shibuya in this state, I doubted I'd be able to call up an ambulance. Wore me out just to climb the slight rise of Dogen Hill. I ran out of breath, and huge amounts of sweat came pouring out all over me. Wiping the sweat off my forehead, I paused to collect my breathing. Wait, the sand. Oh, it's our friend, maybe. But she fell. She fell. Alright. Still singing. Then somebody's faint voice came into my hearing. It was very lonely, but by no means on the brink of despair. A singing voice that comforted me as I listened to it. I had heard the singing voice before. At the time, it had come from atop a concert stage, in the midst of excessive lighting that stimulated my sight, and deafening sounds that seemed to shake the tight-closed space itself. That's what a live show is like, yep. I'd heard her. But now, in the middle of the road, absent any human presence, in the midst of this fallen city governed by death, I heard her. Say, laying Shogun down where I stood, I surveyed the area, but in terms of human forms, all I could see were a number of corpses lying prone. Doing my best not to look at them, I searched for Ayase. Where on earth had I heard her singing from? In front of me was a caved-in street. A huge hole opened its jaws there. If I remembered right, the subway ran beneath this road. While thinking to myself that it couldn't be, I tentatively looked down from the edge of the hole. It was about 5 meters deep. A vast amount of small debris had piled up inside. Ayase lay fallen there. Takumi, I'm coming to get you. I hastily jumped down into the hole. I messed up my landing and pretty much fell head over heels into the wreckage. Don't, like, sprain an ankle now, dude, please. Ayase's leg was pinned in place by a huge chunk of concrete, and she couldn't move. I tried to somehow get it off her, but it was heavy and it would be impossible to take care of alone. It isn't only me. There are 3 others, including your sister. Nanami, and now he cares about Nanami. Why was she here? Wasn't she supposed to have been captured by that man called Norase? Repressing my bodily pain, I got up and tried shouting, but no answer came. When I looked around, in addition to Ayase, I saw a stout woman lying prostrate on her stomach. She wasn't moving, but she didn't seem to have any external injuries, so she probably just lost consciousness. I spotted neither Nanami nor the remaining person. It's possible they'd been buried alive. I had to do something fast. I took a glance up at the hole. Dust flew around, enough to send me into a coughing fit. Beyond it was a circular cutout of the sky. I thought of Shogun, lying where I'd laid him on the road. Thought back over to Rimi's words.
妄想すればするほど
The more you delude yourself, the more it shaves away the life of the real
削られ
you.
ていっちゃうんだ
I couldn't let myself hesitate. I pulled my D-sword out of invisible space. I sat next to Ayase, looking into her face in such a way as to avoid seeing her leg. I gazed only at her eyes. It's
妄
enough.
想するんだ。
Going to have a delusion. Powerfully,
綾瀬
powerfully.
の足の上にある
Debris on top of your leg isn't one big piece. It's a lot of it, but the individual pieces are tiny. It isn't heavy. You can easily pull out your leg. We can save the other two as well. Ayase and I, if we two giggling maniacs achieved shared recognition of that delusion, the delusion should become reality of its own accord. Suddenly, Ayase smiled in what seemed like relief. Her fingers gently stroked me on the cheek.
グラジオールの導きに
It was due to the guidance of Gladiol, you coming here.
ここに来てくれたの
Also, you're singing. We heard you. I blinked and warily raised my face. Huh? The enormous chunk of concrete on top of Ayase's leg had transformed into a bunch of tiny debris. Just like in our delusion. Once we moved some of it out of the way, Ayase could withdraw her leg. I certainly hadn't dreamed it would go this well. Pushing herself up, she rubbed her ankle. Luckily, she didn't appear to have any major
綾瀬
injuries.
の歌が聞こえ
I
たん
heard
だ
your song, Ayase. It led me here. See,
よかった
I'm glad I kept singing.
歌い続けてきて
As I lent Ayase a hand to help her stand up, I surveyed the
ナナミ
area.
は
Where's Nanami? As before, I didn't see my little sister anywhere. Had our delusion failed? Or else was Nanami already... I grew anxious. Somebody! A voice. When I looked in the direction it had come from, I discovered a hand extending from the ruins. A right hand or a left hand. I seized that hand, its slender fingers, and peeked in through the ensuing gap. Funnel-like crevice. Buried alive at the bottom of it was a familiar-looking glasses-wearing girl. Seemed like a long while had passed since the last time I'd seen you.
あの
For some reason, all of a sudden, this crack
ついさ
appeared.
っきまで
I couldn't move at all until a second ago,
身
but
動きが
she said apologetically, averting her eyes from me. Hold on tight. I gripped Yua's hand tighter and pulled as hard as I could in hopes of dragging her out through the crevice. Ayase helped as well. When the two of us pulled at Yua's hand with all our strength, she escaped the wreckage rather speedily. Thank you so much. All her body was covered with dust. Bits of concrete were stuck to her long hair. But Yua didn't seem to be injured either. Left only Nanami, who's already not in a good shape. Leaving Yua to Ayase, I searched for Nanami. Considering the fact that Yua had been able to work herself free, my delusion must have taken effect well. If so, it should be possible to rescue Nanami from a crevice or something like Yua. As expected, while I looked around in a number of wreckage heaps, I saw Nanami's face in one of the cracks there. I called to her, but Nanami didn't react. She appeared to be unconscious. Yeah. Excuse me. I reached out a hand to touch Nanami's shoulder and momentarily hesitated. The form of the Nanami who had turned to particles yesterday and dissolved before my eyes flitted across the back of my brain. No, this Nanami had to be the real Nanami. I took the plunge and grabbed Nanami's shoulder, her blouse. I succeeded in distinctly touching her. Her warmth was there. I pulled her out with all of my strength, in the same manner as I'd done with Yua. Unlike Ayase and Yua, Nanami wore bloodied clothes. Her arm in particular was pure red. For the time being, I laid her on her back and checked her breathing. It sounded painful, but she let out slight
よかっ
exhalations.
た。
God. At this point, I was most worried about the condition of her blood-drenched right hand. When I tried to hold it, to examine it, my own hand passed through it. A delusionary hand. Nanami's right hand really had been...
ごめん
I'm sorry I got you involved. Groans spilled forth from Nanami's mouth. Her dust-coated face. When I softly brushed her on the cheek, Nanami's eyelids slid open. Bro? Her line of sight wandered for a bit before her eyes took hold of me. Nanami. That instant, Nanami's expression crumpled, contorting. Great big tears overflowed from her. She clutched hard at my hand with her left hand. Bro. She muttered it as if to cling to me, but I shook my head a little as I answered.
ナナミの本当のお兄は
Nanami, your real brother isn't me.
僕じゃ
Yeah,
ないよ。
that definitely raises some questions. She grew up with Nishijo Takumi. Absolutely, that is a factual thing. When Nishijo Takumi was about 10 years old, he started to show signs of a genetic disorder that left him in the hospital a lot. Fast forward several years when he's been in the hospital for a while, and a new otaku Nishijo Takumi has arisen. He's not sick. He stays in his tin can all day. He likes anime too much. How does... Did her memories of that change? Does she know this is a separate Takumi? I have questions on that too. Eh? Oh. This would be those answers. Her memories were muddled. Nishijo Takumi sensed it. Her brother's words served as the trigger, heralding in Nanami's heart the sensation that she had two brothers. Literally, the game answered my question for me, thank you. Not, it seemed like she had two, she had two. She had flashbacks to the faces of her two brothers. One was pathetic seeming, one was all wrinkly. On the other hand, she was positive she had only one sibling. Her memories and what she recognized, they weren't matching up. What had been reality? What had been an illusion? Unknowing, she became frightened, and as she tried to make the inside of her head go blank, suddenly she heard her own voice coming to her like tiny ripples on water. Nana, you gotta keep yourself together. Before she knew it, Nanami was standing in a hallway that shone with the light of sunset. The scent of disinfectants prickled at her nose. In front of her was a plain-looking door. Nanami was holding its handle, and without her will having any bearing on it, her hand opened the door. Bro, are you planning on not eating again? I'm always telling you to eat properly. If you don't, you won't get better, you know? Is it because there's some green peas in there? They're not a little kid, so how about you stop being so picky? Well, I don't like green peas either, so I can understand why you'd want to leave them, but if you don't eat right, she's gonna get mad at me. That scary head nurse. Nanami. What? I'm sorry for all the times I lashed out at you before now. It's so weird for you to apologize. You don't need to push yourself for my sake any longer. Huh? What are you saying? I have to go into hiding, so you don't have to come here anymore. What are you... Well... Her memories became cut off there. The fact that she had a real brother. The fact that she had poured her heart into nursing her severely ill older brother for years. The fact that she had gone on straining herself, thinking she had to hang in there and be dependable to take care of him. Up until this very moment, for a whole year and a half, all those things had completely slipped out of her memory. Those memories were made to never have been there in the first place. And in their exchange, her brother was healthy, living on his own in Shibuya. Her mother had requested that she go check on him, on how he was doing periodically, and once in a while, on the way home from school, she'd stop by his room. She made herself think it was a perfectly ordinary custom of theirs, a continuation of the past, and that she did it because they were family. She hadn't experienced any doubts whatsoever. How did I forget? 30 minutes after she was rescued from being buried alive, Nanami finally reunited with her real brother. He was lying on the road. He was breathing, but he wasn't conscious. As always, he was wrinkly and small, and all dried up, and looked very feeble. This was the brother Nanami had always known from long ago. It's too cruel. I only ever complained to you. I complained, but... She spilled tears as she clung to her brother's diminutive, numb body. I never ever, not even once, thought I wanted to forget about you. You're selfish. You're too selfish. A sound like the scraping of metal came from her brother's clothing. Something went slipping out of his breast pocket. Huh? It was what Nanami had been looking for all along. something that had left her when she lost her right hand. A cheapish bangle with a pattern of snow crystals. Bewildered, she stared at her true brother's face, but his wrinkle-covered eyes remained shut. Nanami picked up the bracelet with her left hand, felt familiar to the touch. The first present she had ever received from her brother, it was her treasure. Nanami lifted her gaze, unconsciously seeking out the figure of her older brother. He had his back to her, a long sword in his hand. He was walking away. He was leaving this place. Nanami understood that intuitively. She became forlorn at the thought that maybe he meant to leave without saying anything to her.
言っておいで。
Go to him. Knitting her eyebrows, Nanami took a quick glance around.
声が
Just now, a voice. It was the voice of her brother in her memory, a voice reaching her heart from he who should have been unconscious. Because he and I share the same self, the same heart,
もう一人は
because he's your other big brother. Nanami didn't know if it was a voice her brother had emitted, or else merely an auditory hallucination, but even then, yeah,
分かった
okay, she said to her brother, lying prone. Rising, Nanami walked up towards her other brother's back. Her body couldn't muster any strength. For days she'd been pinned up to an eerie object to art, in a pitch-black room, forced to experience horrific suffering. Yeah. She had no idea how many times she'd thought of dying. Her right hand especially, the powerful pain in it had continued incessantly, like there was a huge flea stuffed in her bone gnawing it down. That's descriptive. The sensation that she didn't have a hand and the hallucination that she did mixed and collided, almost driving her crazy. She was exhausted both mentally and physically. If you let her guard down, she'd crouch right where she stood and be rendered unable to take another step forward, which was why Nanami had to fight desperately to keep stretching out her hand. She wanted to halt her brother so much, to the point of putting in such an effort.
待って
Wait. Once she just barely managed to squeeze out her voice, he noticed. He stopped and turned back in her direction. She succeeded in stopping him, but Nanami was torn about how to address him. The reality that this person wasn't her brother, the conviction that this person was her brother. Those two feelings became helplessly entangled, and she couldn't put her emotions in order on a moment's notice. Except the bangle she held in her left hand. Though cold to the touch, it was a gift from him, and it warmed her heart. She felt like this bangle's existence tied the two of them together. She was fine with that being the sole answer. Their confusion soon vanished. Bro, you might not be my real bro, but you're unreliable and an otaku, and all you do is collect little dolls of anime characters.
口が悪くて
You've got a bad mouth on you, and you aren't sociable, and you only ever say mean things to me, but
ばっかりお兄も
you're Nana's bro
ただの
too.
お兄だよ
Struggling to keep herself from crying, Nanami smiled with all her might. Ah, thanks, Nanami.
ありがとう。
Her other brother showed her a bashful expression. The instant she felt relief, Nanami's consciousness began gradually receding into the distance. Honestly, I'm looking for a place to stop it, and this seems a good enough one. There's not going to be a logical place to stop it. This works. Slight scene transition. Brothers, sister reunited. Both pairs, brother with sister. It's as good as any. I hope we're not like 20 minutes from the end, but I can't imagine us being like 20 minutes from the end. Like, there's still... These chapters are fairly lengthy. I get the feeling that if there isn't a true end route, if it's all just one route, maybe next week we'll start another one? We're going to play it by ear. Once we hit credits, I'll go to look and see if there's other alternate routes and endings and stuff, and we'll go with those. But I can't really predict that. I don't know how much is left in this. For all I know, there could be 2 chapters left. There could be 3. I don't know. Who knows? I doubt it, but possible. Next week, we're going to be playing this, but anything past that, we're playing by ear, because I can't predict that at this rate. But yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. Hopefully everybody's had a damn good night through some very descriptive text tonight. Oh boy. And yeah, tomorrow, 8 p.m., Tales of Arise. Tuesday, probably not 8 p.m., Tales of Arise. Thursday, probably 10 p.m., Tales of Arise. Any of these are subject to change if we finish Tales of Arise. The plan is Tales of Arise till we finish Tales of Arise. But we're getting pretty darn close, I think. Man, we're just wrapping up games as it is. I think we're getting close to Tales of Arise, but I'm not positive of that one either. It's just got, you know, you get that vibe of being close to endgame. You feel it. Normally I toss a host by now, but I'm very hungry and it's very late, and so I'm gonna let auto host take a crack at it. We got ourselves a monster. We got ourselves a quote. Oh, did I not start my bot? Of course I didn't. That's on me. Yep, didn't start the bot. Yeah. Got ourselves a monster, a quote, a Discord, and for Ramen watching the archive.
タル
There you go. Perfect. They also may have stopped it by this point once I was doing my farewells and whatnot. They might not have made it this far, but whatever. Yeah, so that's the plan. Tales of Arise for the next few days. I know for sure Thursday I won't be starting it early. Other than that, it's all kind of up in the air. You know, next Sunday will be more of this. I wish I had more concrete stuff, but like, I don't know how long I have to beat these games. So we're kind of just playing them as it is. But yeah, this has been Viperess of Viperland. Obviously, thank you all for tuning in and thank you all for watching. Extra big honking shoutouts to Risky for 47, gosh dang, months resubscribed. Holy mother of pearl. And everybody in chat hanging out, hopefully having a good time. And I will see you all next time. Now let me save too before I possibly forget that. That would be super tragic to not save. There we go. Save. Successful. Goodbye.